Hello, welcome. Welcome, friends. How are we? Salam, Jujus. Welcome. Salam, salam, salam. Hey, baby walk. How are you? Hey, Doug. T minus, welcome. Oh, shit. No sound. Hello? Hello? Hello. You should be able to hear me now. Woo! Welcome, everybody. Hey, T minus. Hey, Rum. Hey, baby walk. Doug, welcome. My clothes brush, hello. Jujus. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Okay. Kia ora, folks. Today we're going to be doing an educational stream. We're going to learn a little bit. Hey, Nero. Hey, Cat Daddy, welcome. We're going to learn a little bit about AI, chips, and energy. Obviously, all things are related. You need chips for AI, and energy generation is a massive issue at the moment. So we're gonna learn about all of those things today. I've got a few really good documentaries lined up for us to listen to and go through. It's gonna be I'm very keen for us to keep track of everything that's going on in this area, because ultimately it's going to impact all of us, from our work environments to economic outcomes. So your favorite are Doritos. Nice. Hey, Laura, welcome. So today is going to be an educational one. Hey, Valkarunka, welcome. Yeah, algorithm showing you stuff from last month again.
Resub, a loyal, noisy crew member detective. Thank you for your continued support.
Decrepit, thank you so much for the 5 months. Oh my goodness. Yeah, today we're going to go over how... this is the Know Your Enemy stream, I guess. We're going to learn about this technology today, how it's manufactured, all of those things. Hey, Big Jerry. YouTube, you might have noticed that I only have the vertical stream today. It's because I know if I show these videos, I will get a copyright. So instead of showing you the videos, I'm just going to play the audio. It should be all good. It should be all good. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's get the show on the road. The first video we're going to watch is from Veritasium. If you do want to watch along, folks, you can head to Twitch. But if you are keen to just listen along to the commentary and the discussions, what time zone? New Zealand. Aotearoa, New Zealand. Pacific time zone. Pacific, Auckland. Okay. You're in California. Oh, welcome, Shar. So this documentary is called The World's Most Important Machine. And it's from... We're going to start off with Veritasium. It's called The World's Most Important Machine. I found this very informative. So let's get into it. I hope you're all ready to learn, everybody. Hey, not the one, welcome. I hope you're all feeling good, ready to learn, because this one's going to be a great little educational live, and we're going to learn a whole bunch about AI chip manufacturing and the energy grid. Let's go.
And at the very bottom is this. Transistors.
Hey, nothingness,
Billions of
Bricka, welcome.
They are the ones and zeros of our computer. The chip works by whizzing electrons from transistor to transistor. And the smaller you can make those transistors, the less the signals have to travel, so the faster they can compute. Plus, you can fit more transistors into the same area, resulting in a much more powerful chip. So for over 50 years,
Incoming raid detected. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome. Hope you stick around and hit that follow button.
Raiders! Old Al Hooten, welcome! Oh my gosh. How are you, Old Al Hooten? Welcome in, Raiders. Today we're having a sort of educational live. We're going to learn about AI, chips, and energy, the energy grid in particular. We're going to... this channel is, about keeping up with geopolitics and various things that impact it, and AI is going to be one of those things. So I think it's a good time to familiarize ourselves with the ecosystem around these technologies. Not bad. I hope you're well. All things considered, yeah. Old Al Hooten, I'm good, thank you. Hey, Shiny. Hey, 8-bit supercomputer. Hope you had a great stream, Old Al Hooten. Hope you had a great stream. All right, folks, let's get into it.
transistors got smaller and smaller, and the number you could fit on a chip doubled every 2 years. This became known as Moore's Law, named for Intel's co-founder Gordon Moore after he noticed the pattern back in 1965, and it's been one of the main drivers of the tech industry. But around 2015, progress came to a screeching halt. And we might have never gotten past it if it wasn't for a single company that makes these machines, the machines that saved Moore's Law.
Holy. This is a video about the most complicated commercial product humanity's ever built.
That's insane.
It costs a whopping $400 million, and it is so bizarre that I want to introduce it to you with a thought experiment. Imagine you are shrunk down to the size of an ant. And you're given a laser that's strong enough to melt through metal like butter. Next, a tiny droplet of molten tin, roughly the size of a white blood cell, is shot out in front of you around 250 kilometers per hour. And your task is to hit this not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row in 20 microseconds with your little laser. Well, that is exactly what this machine does.
This is such incredible engineering, but also this goes into the detail first about how these chips are made, and then we're going to go into progressively how this industry is impacting our workforce, etc. But yeah, this is going to be quite a. It's magic, yeah. They need helium, of course they do.
It hits one tiny tin droplet 3 times in a row, heating each one up to over 220,000 Kelvin. That's roughly 40 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And it doesn't just hit one droplet. It hits 50,000 droplets every single second.
How often do you miss a laser shot?
We don't miss them.
What? You do 150,000 laser shots a second and you don't miss one.
Exactly.
The same machine also contains mirrors that might just be the smoothest objects in the universe.
Somebody once told me they did 100,000 back shots and don't miss any. I'm just kidding. Okay, look, I couldn't resist. I couldn't fucking resist. Just relax, everybody. Just relax, okay?
On top of another and never be off by more than 5 atoms. And this is all happening while parts of the machine whip around at accelerations of over 20 Gs. For 30 years, almost everyone thought that actually building this machine was impossible. And
I did not. I did say back shots. I did.
Yet it exists. There is only one company in the world that can make it. So what is this company? And what is this impossible machine they've built? This video is sponsored by Brilliant. More about them at the end of the show. Now, just as a quick aside, the makers of this machine didn't actually sponsor this video. We just thought that the science and engineering here were so cool that we had to make a video about it. So let's jump straight in.
To make a microchip, you start by taking silicon dioxide, usually from sand, and purifying it into ultra-pure, nearly 100% silicon chunks, which is then melted down in a special furnace. Next, you lower a small seed crystal into the vat. Silicon atoms attach to the crystal, extending its structure. Then you slowly raise the seed crystal while rotating it, and this results in a large single crystal silicon ingot.
This is where the seed crystal would be, and then you pull it out.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, you can.
It seems like you would not be able to hold this from here.
Yes.
It even feels fragile, like if you kind of...
Well, it's not good.
yeah, I'm scared to break it.
Yes.
He's using more force.
The ingot is then cut into wafers with diamond wire saws, up to 5,000.
How did they get the first seed? That sets the tone for tonight then.
Of them, after which each wafer is carefully polished. Next, it's coated with a light-sensitive material called photoresist. There are different kinds, but in a positive photoresist, the areas exposed to light become weaker and more soluble. So if you shine light through a patterned mask, you can selectively weaken parts of that coating. Then you rinse the wafer with a basic solution to wash away the exposed photoresist, leaving the design imprinted.
Wow.
So now you can actually turn this pattern into physical structures. This is often done by etching into the uncovered silicon by using either chemicals or plasma. And then you deposit a metal like copper to fill in those etched lines. As a last step, you wash away the remaining photoresist, and now you've made a single layer of the chip. We've simplified this cycle down to the main steps: coat, expose, etch, and deposit. It repeats for every single chip layer, and depending on the chip, there could be anywhere from 10 to 100 layers. The bottom layer is the transistors. This is the most complicated layer, requiring hundreds of steps that all need to be perfect. The higher layers are a little easier. These are the metal wires that carry signals and power. By the end, the completed wafer can have hundreds of chips, which are then cut into separate pieces, packaged, and put into products.
By the way, the reason they're called chips is because that big circular piece is chipped away at. So it's like that glass or that material is chipped into smaller pieces. Hey, Don, welcome. Ghadir, marhaba. I just saw Ghadir like the live. Ghadir. So that deposit step, that's the industry I work in. Oh, really? Schadsborg. Ghadir, how are you? How is Tamer?
But by far the hardest and
Salam, I read good.
most crucial step in the process is where you shine light through the mask and onto the wafer. This is photolithography. And that's because this step determines how small you can make.
By the way, guys, Ghadir on TikTok is from northern Gaza. I hope you don't mind me sharing your story, Ghadir. But Ghadir has been in, I've known Ghadir for a couple of years now, I think. Maybe 1.5 years, 2 years. And Ghadir introduced her son, Tamer, who at the time she introduced him was 9 or 10 years old, to the community. And recently, a few months ago, Tamer was shot by an Israeli drone and was hospitalized. But he survived, and they had to do some operations to cut out his intestines, I believe. Today is Tamer's birthday? Oh my goodness. Ghadir. Hey, Beth. How old is Tamer now? Is he 12? He must be 12, right? 11, 12? Oh, please say happy birthday, Ghadir. Oh, beautiful.
The features.
At first, it seems simple. Light passes through the openings and it gets blocked by all the rest. But as you try to print smaller and smaller features, the gaps in the mask start to approach the wavelength of the light. And that causes problems.
And we can actually show it because I happen to have this is a mask, this is a reticle.
A reticle, or a mask, carries the design of one chip layer. This reticle is filled with microscopic lines and gaps around 670 nanometers across.
And if I take like a laser pointer, so this is a red laser.
Yep.
If I shine it through it, then you see this here.
The laser has a wavelength of around 650 nanometers.
But is it a wave or is it particles? Is it a wave or is it particles? Quantum mechanics. Boomfa!
Light hits the reticle, its wavefronts bend as they pass through each gap. So each gap sends out waves that spread out and overlap. Now, let's just look at the light from these two gaps. When the peaks of one wave line up with the troughs of the other, we say that the two waves are out of phase and they cancel each other out, so you get dark spots. And when the peaks line up with the peaks, the two waves are in phase. They add up and you get bright spots.
You get interference, right? And you get a diffraction pattern.
Now, diffraction is inevitable. So instead of fighting it, designers actually use it to get the patterns they want. They kind of work backwards from the eventual pattern they want on the wafer, and they design the slits so that diffraction will occur in such a way that it creates the pattern that they want.
You see 3 dots.
Hey folks, can you please tell me if my voice is audible above this audio here?
The middle dot,
Check,
that's
check,
the
check,
original
check,
one. That's
check,
the 0
1,
order.
2.
And then on the left and the right, you can see the first and the minus first. Now, in order for us to have this image resolved on the wafer, you need to capture the 0 and the first and the minus first order.
The smaller you make the features, the larger this angle alpha between the 0 and first orders becomes. So the larger your lens needs to be to capture the light. The size of the lens is described by the numerical aperture, or NA for short, which is just the sign of this angle. So the larger that is, the smaller the features you can print. But there is a hard limit to how large your lens system can be. When this angle is 90 degrees and you're...
I'm thinking about the people of Gaza every single day. The injustice and suffering you are going through is unfathomable. Please don't feel any pressure to reply to this. I just want you to know you are loved, you are not forgotten, and I'm carrying you in my heart. Oh, that's very nice, 8-bit supercomputer.
Your numerical aperture is 1, well, your lens would have to be infinite. Fortunately, there is one other thing we can change.
This is a red laser.
Yeah.
And a red laser has a wavelength of 650 nanometers-ish, I would say.
Yeah.
And if I take the green laser, and this one has a wavelength of 532, then you can see that the green dots are closer spaced than the red dots.
That's because the light from the two different gaps doesn't have to travel as far to match up in phase again. So the orders end up closer together. So with a smaller wavelength, you can print smaller patterns using the same lens. All of this is captured by the Rayleigh equation, which determines the smallest feature size or critical dimension.
But since there's a limit to how much you can increase the numerical aperture, to 1, over time the only way to keep making...
By the way, for those who don't know, in quantum mechanics, in the quantum world, light can be both a particle and a wave. There is a famous experiment called the double slit experiment that if you want to know how crazy the quantum world is, you should go check that out. It's called the double slit experiment. And it's the experiment that first kind of indicated the duality of light.
Making smaller and smaller features is by using shorter and shorter wavelengths. So this is exactly what happened up until the late 1990s, when the industry settled on 193 nanometer deep UV light. This was the light that was used to make all of the most advanced chips right until around 2015. But by that point, scientists had reached the limit to how small they could make the features, and Moore's law was about to run into a brick wall. So a radical change was needed, a change that had been brewing for around 30 years. All the way back in the 1980s, Japanese scientist Hiro Kinoshita came up with a crazy idea. Why not use much shorter wavelengths, like X-rays of around 10 nanometers? In theory, that should allow you to print much smaller features. But you quickly run into a problem. X-rays at these wavelengths have enough energy to eject electrons from their atoms, so most materials absorb them. But unlike medical X-rays, which have wavelengths shorter than 1 nanometer, these are still long enough to interact with air, so air absorbs them too. That meant that Kinoshita's setup had to be in a vacuum. But even worse, he couldn't use lenses to focus the light, because the lenses would absorb it too. So it seemed like...
Don, I'm showing the video on Twitch if you want to go there. I can't show this on YouTube either, but it's audio on YouTube and TikTok, and video is on Twitch.
this idea would never work.
But around 1983, Kinoshita stumbled on a paper by Jim Underwood and Troy Barbee. Their work focused on special mirrors that could reflect X-rays with a wavelength of 4.48 nanometers. So Kinoshita was intrigued. Curved mirrors can focus light just like lenses do. If he could figure out how to make these special mirrors for the wavelength he was using, then this could be another way to do photolithography. The mirrors work something like this. When light crosses from one medium to another, say from air to glass, it bends or refracts. Some of it goes through and part reflects back. How much gets reflected depends on things like the angle, the light's polarization, and most importantly for us, the difference between the refractive indices of the two media. The larger that difference, the more light is reflected. And Underwood and Barbee used that principle. They made a super thin layer of tungsten, less than 1 nanometer thick, thin enough that X-rays could pass through without immediately being absorbed. When X-rays hit the layer at a specific angle, the tungsten reflected less than 1%. Then they carefully tuned the layer thickness so the path length of the transmitted X-rays was only 1/4 of its wavelength. Then they added another layer, this time out of carbon. It has a higher refractive index than tungsten for wavelengths of 4.48 nanometers. The X-rays hit the boundary and a little bit more reflect.
Milli UNZ. Milli Uns or Milli UNZ? Hello.
But this time, the phase is inverted, or
Hey,
it's
Hania.
changed by half a wavelength. This happens when any light moves from a lower refractive index to a higher one. Now, by the
Morning,
time this new
Morena.
reflected wave reaches the tungsten boundary, it has traveled another 1/4 of its wavelength, for a half wavelength in total. So the two phases line up, and the waves interfere constructively. Underwood and Barbee kept doing this trick for a total of 76 alternating layers, so that in total, they could reflect back much more of the X-rays. Now, they only managed to reflect around 6% of the light, but it was a proof of principle that you could reflect X-rays.
So Kinoshita saw the possibilities. He got to work, and after around 2 years, his team designed and built 3 tungsten carbon curved multi-layer mirrors to reflect 11 nanometer light. And with it, he managed to print lines 4 microns or 4,000 nanometers thick, proving that, at least in theory, X-ray lithography was possible. A year later, in 1986, he went to present his findings to the Japanese Society of Applied Physics. Proud and excited, he explained his setup and showed his image. But to his horror, the audience refused to believe it.
Unfortunately, the audience was highly skeptical of my talk.
Kinoshita was devastated. He later said,
How long until China gets one? I think the so in this in today's sort of learning experience of all of this, we're going to learn about how in 2019 Huawei was cut out of the chip manufacturing industry, which almost crippled them. But then they invested heavily. China started investing heavily in chip making. I think China's on the way to catch up to performance of, the highest rated chips in the West by by the end of this decade. China's making huge strides. I think China, the biggest mistake the West made was to restrict these things from China, because it has meant China has invested in self-sufficiency. So I think it's going to be very soon. China is making massive inroads.
People seemed unwilling to believe that we had actually made an image by bending X-rays, and they tended to regard the whole thing as a big fish story.
Nobody believed that this was a viable way forward, and unfortunately, the reaction was at least somewhat justified. First, this light isn't naturally produced by anything on Earth. The closest natural source is the sun.
We had to basically build an artificial sun here on Earth.
Most scientists, including Kinoshita, produced X-ray light using a particle accelerator, or a synchrotron.
It gives an enormous amount of power. It's as big as a soccer field. You can fuel a whole fab. The problem is, if the light goes out, the whole fab goes out.
So each machine needed its own power source. But even if you could produce the light, you'd need to make incredibly smooth mirrors to actually focus and print those tiny features. You would need...
What are we watching, Michi? We're watching The World's Most Important Machine by Veritasium. Today, it's all about AI, chips, and energy. So we're learning about all of these things.
The smoothest objects in the universe.
Okay, so I got a football, and I've got a bouncy ball, and a cobblestone street. Now, what do you think is going to happen when I drop them? The football basically bounces straight up, but for the bouncy ball, it just shoots off to the side. And that's because the surface is relatively flat for the football, which is much larger, but it's super rough for the bouncy ball. And a similar thing happens with mirrors. If the surface is super rough compared to the size of the wavelength, then the light scatters randomly. Now, it might look smooth, but if you zoom into a mirror, you find something that looks like this. You find all these crazy bumps. And now to measure the roughness, what you do is you take the average of these bumps, and that will give you your mean line. Now, for a normal household mirror, the average height is about 4,000 silicon atoms. But for Kinoshita's mirrors, which not only needed to reflect X-ray light, which has 100 times shorter wavelength, but also needed to minimize scattering, so that all the photons make it onto the wafer, it needed to be way more smooth. It needed to be atomically smooth. In fact, the average bump could only be about 2.3 silicon atoms thick.
If one mirror would be the size of Germany, the biggest bump would be about 1 millimeter high.
But Kinoshita refused to give up.
However, my belief
Hey,
did
Steve-O.
not change.
And soon, help would come from an unlikely place.
Across the Pacific, around 70 kilometers east of San Francisco, is Lawrence Livermore National Lab, a lab that was born out of the Cold War, heavily funded by the US government and built for one purpose and one purpose only: nuclear weapons. The lab was founded by the inventor of the cyclotron,
Interesting.
Ernest Lawrence, and the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller. And over its lifetime, they designed over 10 fusion-type nuclear warheads. So part of their research focused on...
detected.
Oh, Dawn, welcome, Kaloja. Dawn Kaloja, welcome. From TikTok. Nice.
what happens inside nuclear fusion reactions. Fusion reactions release a lot of X-ray light that they had never been able to capture and analyze. But now, using those special multi-layer mirrors, there was a chance.
One of the scientists tasked with making this work was Andrew Havrilak. And within a few years, he and his team
San
used
Francisco.
multi-layer mirrors to reflect some X-ray light.
If you're going to San Francisco, something flower in your hair.
But then in 1987, Andy got a visit from a professor from Cornell.
He was very impressed with the technologies that we developed, and he looked at me at the end of the day and said, "This is all very interesting and very neat and stuff, but his words, and I'll remember it to the day I die, was, 'Can you do anything useful with this stuff?'" This was the day before a Christmas shutdown in 1987. And I was so inflamed by that comment that I went home and for the next 10 days, I wrote up a multi-page white paper.
He applied these mirrors to lithography
I see
to
it
print
here.
chips using X-rays. Around 5 months later, Andy presented his findings at a conference. But like Kinoshita, it was not the response he was hoping for.
It was extremely negative. That was the low point of my career. I was literally laughed off the stage, and I kid you not. Every person who I looked up to in the field. They were listening to my talk and they came up to the microphone and told me basically why it wouldn't work, how stupid an idea it was.
What did you study, Schatzborg? What did you study? Did you study like a science degree, like physics, or sounds quite intense what you do?
Later that week I flew back, and the following Monday my boss asked me how did it go, and I looked at him and I said, I will never speak of it again.
But then, 3 days later, he gets a phone call from someone named Bill Brinkman from Bell Labs.
And so I walked over to my boss and I
Material
said,
science? Nice.
Just got this phone call from a guy named Bill Brinkman. You know who he is? And my boss's eyes popped open and said, yeah.
Morena,
he's the
and
executive
welcome.
Vice president of AT&T. And I said, well, he just called me and asked me to fly out to New Jersey and give a talk. The response from my boss said it all. He basically said, well, you got to go.
At Bell Labs, Andy found fellow believers, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Over the past 30 years, the US government had invested billions of dollars into national labs to maintain the country's technological edge during the Cold War. But by the late 1980s, the Cold War was slowing down, and all these labs were sitting on research that had commercial potential. So the government encouraged the labs to partner with US companies to turn that research into products and to stimulate the economy. And the government would then supply seed money. And so Bell Labs partnered with Andy's labs and 2 others to keep developing X-ray lithography.
Ooh.
And by 1993, the first international conference for X-ray lithography was held in Japan, near Mount Fuji. In the opening address,
Imagine how much earlier we would have reached all of this if the West hadn't mass murdered so many people. We have destroyed human potential because of our greed.
Kinoshita said that as long as we do not lose the desire that has sprung from within us, technology will steadily advance from the micro to the nano to the pico. They even gave the technology a new name.
Are you serious, Schatzborg? What the fudge?
Extreme ultraviolet lithography.
Schatzborg just said, so Schatzborg on Twitch is a material science engineer, material science and engineering degree. That's what they studied. And they're in this chips and all sorts of chips industry. And they said, unfortunately, my project funding got cut by the Trump administration for DEI because we were going to do something with a girls' high school as part of the grant. Oh, my gosh.
Or just EUV.
But then in 1996, the US government cut funding for the project. This spelled disaster for the big chip companies like Intel. The industry estimated that the 193 nanometer lithography tools would fall behind Moore's Law by 2005. But there were no other alternatives. So Intel, Motorola, AMD, and other companies got together and invested $250 million to keep it going, making it the largest investment ever by private industry in a Department of Energy research project. By the year 2000, the labs had produced this, the Engineering Test Stand. It was the first fully functioning EUV prototype. It produced 9.8 watts of 13.4 nanometer EUV light, which was then reflected by 8 mirrors from the source to the mask to the wafer.
I think that's the real issue for people who are like capitalism is such a great thing, is the opportunity cost of capitalism. Yeah, the world we have now is due to the capitalist mindset of exploitation of labor. But they can't tell you how the world would have been without capitalism. And I would argue that we would be in a much better place if we hadn't murdered our way to this moment in our world. Because it just means more brain power in the world. And that's what capitalists did. They murdered black and brown people on a mass scale. And here we are. You know, so much lost time, so much lost opportunity, and it's all because of capitalism.
Wafer. It could print 70 nanometer features, and it proved that EUV could work.
It was a milestone to get the engineering test stand to work. It demonstrated to people like Intel that, you know, good engineering will get us there.
And then it seems like you've got the prototype. Shouldn't be too hard to then commercialize it.
That's what they thought.
But the prototype had a major flaw. It could only print about 10 wafers per hour. And to make EUV economically viable, it would have to print hundreds of wafers per hour, 24/7, 365 days a year. The main reason output was so slow was because the light reflected off of 8 mirrors and the reticle, which is also a mirror, just with the design imprinted. Traditional masks that allow light to pass through don't work because, well, they absorb all the light. Each mirror had a reflectivity of around 70%, which is close to the max, but after 9 bounces, you're only left with 4% of the light, which means that out of every 100 photons, only 4 make it to the wafer. So you might think, just use way fewer mirrors, but that only works up to a point. When you focus light with any optical system, you always get some distortion. For example, rays that pass through the outer edges of most lenses focus light slightly different from those near the center. This is called spherical aberration. And normal cameras correct for this and other aberrations by using multiple lenses.
It wasn't even a major part of the grant. It was basically just an opportunity to expose young girls to cool science and engineering. They cut dumb shit. Capitalism is just the most stupid fucking thing. In Star Trek, you get post-scarcity communism. Unfortunately, you have to have World War III first. Hello, Iham. Welcome.
And a mirror system is no different.
You need to have a certain amount of mirrors before you can say I have my aberrations under control. In reality, the systems of today have 6 mirrors.
That helps a little, but after reflecting off 6 mirrors and the reticle, you're still only left with around 8% of your light. So they needed to drastically increase the source power to at least 100 watts. Now, to most companies, that 10-fold increase seemed impossible. Even people who worked on the engineering test stand noted that while EUV technology itself is a done deal, there were 6 zillion engineering challenges to make it a fab line reality. And so, one by one, American companies walked away from developing a full EUV lithography machine. That left just one company, ASML. ASML, which used to stand for Advanced Semiconductor Materials Lithography, is located in a small, nondescript town in the Netherlands. It spun off from Philips back in the 80s with little more than a shed and a barely working wafer stepper to its name. But Philips also gave them...
I think some of the funding got restored, but by the time it did, it was too late for me, and I was forced out of school and was unemployed for about 6 months while I looked for a job. Oh, shit.
People, Jos Benschop, ASML's first researcher, and Martin van den Brink, who would eventually become ASML's CTO and EUV's greatest champion.
And he's really like the Steve Jobs of lithography. And he saw EUV coming.
ASML had joined the US EUV consortium earlier, and now it became their task to find a way to commercialize EUV. They would work together with their German partner Zeiss, where Zeiss would take care of the mirrors and ASML would focus on the light source. One of the first decisions when making any lithography system is deciding which wavelength to use.
In the early days, anything between 5 and 14 nanometers was explored. Okay. The thing is, you need to find a source and you need to find optics that reflect the wavelengths. Right. So you have to look for the combination.
Underwood and Barbie had already made mirrors that could reflect light of around 4 nanometers. And since that wavelength is so small, it seems like the obvious choice. But the maximum reflectivity for those mirrors was only around 20%. So after hitting 6 mirrors...
Where have I been? I've been here. I've always been here. I've always been here.
And the reticle, you're just left with 0.00128% of the light, which is way too low. Fortunately, further researchers also looked at two other pairs. Silicon and molybdenum, which had a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 70% for wavelengths around 30 nanometers, and
I am on TikTok. I go live on TikTok basically every day.
molybdenum and beryllium, with a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 80% for wavelengths around 11 nanometers. So the choice seemed obvious, right? I mean, pick the shorter wavelength and the higher reflectivity. But it turns out that beryllium is extremely toxic and it's also difficult to handle. So scientists focused on silicon and molybdenum instead. To make the mirrors, Zeiss used a process called sputtering. A target of coating material is bombarded with either plasma or ions, causing atoms to be ejected, fly off, and stick to the mirror. This is a messy process, so the layers end up having bumps and gaps.
There was a nice trick that actually the team in the Netherlands perfected. With ion beam, you just shake it a little bit until the atom falls in the hole where it needs to be, and then it's all flat.
With the mirror design locked in, ASML needed a source for that specific wavelength.
So it was 13.x.
Yeah.
Now the next good question is, what's the x? Now you look for the source. So there are basically three ways to generate EUV, to build a sun on Earth.
The first method, which early researchers used, was the synchrotron, but it was quickly rolled out because each machine needed its own source. The other two methods are based on the same principle. When an electron recombines with an ion, the ion drops to a lower energy level, and it releases that excess energy as a photon. And if you choose the ion...
Nah, not new camera. I just turned one of the lights off, Prof.
...just right, then that photon will have exactly
the
wavelength you need. Now, there are two ways you can create those ions. The first is you take a metal, heat it up until you get a metal vapor, and then you apply a strong electric field across it. This causes free electrons to knock into nearby atoms and ionize them. If you then turn off the electric field, the electrons recombine with the ions and produce light. This is discharge-produced plasma.
That's the concept we used first, because of its relative simplicity. And we quickly got it to a few watts. We wanted to get 100 watts, and we struggled forever.
So you couldn't scale it?
We could not scale it.
They needed a drastic change. So they switched to the second method. This method uses a high-powered laser to hit a target material, creating a plasma that's more than 220,000 degrees Celsius hot. The electrons have so much energy that the nucleus can't hold on to them anymore, and up to 14 electrons escape their orbits. After the laser shuts off, the electrons and ions recombine to produce light. This is laser-produced plasma, and it was the only method that seemed scalable. In fact, this was the same method that the engineering test stand used. A 1700-watt laser fired into a stream of xenon gas to produce 13.4 nanometer light. But xenon had a big problem. The conversion efficiency, that is the ratio of usable light to the amount of power you put in, was terrible. It was only around 0.5%. That's because while xenon does emit light in the 13 to 14 nanometer range, there's much more light released around 11 nanometers, so most of the energy went into making light that the mirrors couldn't reflect. Plus, the laser didn't ionize all the atoms, so leftover neutral xenon atoms would strongly reabsorb some of that 13.4 nanometer light. So ASML started looking at another material, tin. Now, tin has a much higher emission peak, around 13.5 nanometers, which results in a 5 to 10 times higher conversion efficiency than xenon. But just like xenon, neutral tin atoms also absorb EUV light. So they came up with a crazy idea to shoot one tiny tin droplet at a time. But to get the required power, you would have to make and hit thousands of droplets every second, all of which have to be the exact same shape and size. But it turns out that you can't instantly make thousands of tin droplets that are the exact same. So they found a workaround. To make the droplets, extremely pure tin is melted and pushed through a microscopic nozzle by high-pressure nitrogen. This nozzle vibrates at a...
By the way, this is why R&D is so important. It's because you're solving issues, you're solving problems that, you know, are rarely ever, if you didn't explore, you wouldn't be able to solve. Exploration is so important to progress. The problem is capitalism makes exploration stops exploration when it's good enough, right? Like the choice we made to use oil and gas versus renewables. Oil and gas at that time was good enough. We never ever take that extra step needed, you know, to just go, okay, is this really good enough? Why don't we understand this a little bit more? Why don't we take a little bit of time? And it's just resulted in so much pain and suffering, that short-term mindset.
A high frequency, breaking the stream into tiny droplets. These droplets are irregular in size, shape,
the MVP.
velocity, and distance, and the whole process is chaotic.
That's like our magic sauce, is how do you modulate that tin jet so that it forms the droplets we want and that they're stable.
I think we found some paper that described this process, and it was sort of eye-opening to me that it seems like all the droplets actually come out irregular out of the nozzle. But then before they reach the side where they get hit by the laser, like the little irregular droplets come together to form these perfectly spaced, perfectly regular droplets that are about the same size and shape and all traveling at the same velocity. That feels like magic to me, Jason.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's how do you take a long stream of a tin jet that wants to break up into all these irregular droplets and like force onto it that it's going to collapse into a single droplet and then happen again and again and again.
You also don't have that many variables to play with. So you've got the pressure with which you push out the tin and the frequency of the nozzle. Yeah, it seems like a hard problem to solve.
There's not a whole lot of variables to play with, and so mastering that modulation of the jet is how we make the droplets.
Incredible.
But these droplets not only have to be identical, they have to be moving incredibly fast.
What will happen is if the next droplet that's coming down the line is too close, then it'll actually get like disturbed and mess up the next plasma event. So we have a requirement, which is both that we make 50,000 droplets per second, but also that they're traveling extremely fast.
By 2011, their laser-produced plasma source reached 11 watts, which was more than double what they managed with their previous source. But they were still limited to just 5 wafers per hour. So they needed to increase the power, and fast, because they promised they'd hit 60 wafers per hour by the end of 2011. Unfortunately, this new method had a major flaw.
Now the problem with the tin is you hit a droplet, you generate EUV with a very decent conversion efficiency. Where does the tin go? Because like, 30 centimeters away, you have this atomically flat, very beautiful, very expensive mirror from our friends at Zeiss. Yeah. And in the early days, we would coat the thing within like this.
These machines need to run for a year. You're putting liters of tin through this plasma event, and a single nanometer of tin, if it was to land on that collector mirror, you'd have to take the collector out of commission. We need to keep it almost perfectly clean for a year.
Yeah, how do you even approach that?
So our main tool here is the hydrogen gas, actually.
They filled the chamber with low-pressure hydrogen. This slows and cools the tin particles down, and even if some tin makes it to the collector, the hydrogen pulls it off to form a gas called stenane. This way, the machine cleans the collectors while it's running. But that hydrogen gas also gets hot from all those tin explosions. So they need to keep flushing new, cooler hydrogen into the system while flushing out the stenane and hotter gas. But they had to get the pressure and the flow rate just right. I mean, too little hydrogen and the mirrors would get too dirty, but too much hydrogen would not only absorb too much EUV light, but it would also cause the system to overheat.
But the question is, how much heat is there? How much energy is being deposited into the gas? And we were stumped for quite some time. If you look at an EUV light source, what you'll see is that it's kind of like a globe of like purplish red light. And you kind of ask yourself, like, why is that happening? So we bought an ultra-fast camera. What we realized is that after every plasma event, there's a shock wave that goes propagating out into the hydrogen gas.
Far out.
And it's extremely repeatable. And you think to yourself, there must be like an explanation for this. And there's this formula, the Taylor von Neumann-Zidov formula, that explains point source explosions in an environment, and like say a nuclear blast out to like supernova. So I took this formula, and it like exactly describes the data. It's just fantastic that we're seeing these tiny little supernovas happening in our vessel 50,000 times a second.
And is that a fair way to think about this, like creating mini supernova?
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar. It's almost like very similar to a Type 1a supernova, it turns out, where you kind of have an object that just fully evaporates and explodes apart. And when all that energy goes into the hydrogen gas, it produces a shock wave, a blast wave that comes flying out, which is basically the same thing if you look up in the night sky. There are these like remnant supernovas that you can see coming from space.
Hey,
Using those energy calculations, they discovered they needed to flush the hydrogen at incredibly high speeds, around 360 kilometers per hour. That's more than a Category 5 hurricane, even if, those speeds are at low density. But 2012 came and went, and they still didn't have enough power. In fact, by 2013, ASML just reached 50 watts by shooting 50,000 tin droplets per second.
But this increased power came at a price, because more power means more heat. Heat that ends up slightly shifting the mirrors, resulting in misaligned light and misaligned chip layers. So Zeiss built a nervous system directly into the optics.
Walaikum assalam, Mezzi.
Guided sensors that constantly measure the exact position and angle of each mirror, down to the nanometer and the picoradian, which is absolutely insane.
So how accurate do we need to control this mirror? Now, one of the things, you can do a thought experiment, and I can place a little laser on the side of this mirror. Then we go all the way to the moon, and we put
Hey, Calamity.
Here. So then this light travels all the way here, and then with the accuracy I can control this mirror.
Yes.
I can decide whether I point to this side of the dime or whether I point to this side of the dime.
What? That's crazy.
Hey, Zetek.
So you can see that the pointing accuracy is, that's also in picoradians. That is something very extreme.
This allowed them to control the light even when the power increased.
While Zeiss was doing a stellar job with the optics, ASML was still struggling with the power source. The problem was that the tin droplets were too dense, meaning that most of the emitted EUV light was still getting reabsorbed by the neutral atoms before it could ever reach the collector mirror.
The way we blasted the droplet was so not enough light, too much debris.
To make matters worse, they could see that about 10 years from now, they would need a new generation of machine, a high-NA EUV machine, essentially one with a larger optics system that could print smaller features. So what did they do?
Even when it's a scientist explaining it, I hate when scientists make analogies that compare things on the physical, chemical, atomic, and quantum scales. Yeah, hypervisor. It's they're trying to educate. They're trying to educate people with practical examples so that our tiny little brains can understand and comprehend. But I'm sure there are inaccuracies in the way they do that. But I think the point is well made.
They decided to double down and invest in the next generation before they even got the current one to work.
The most doubtful period was in the beginning. So I started to work on this in 2012. By that time, EUV was not working. And there was this crazy idiot working on the next generation where we could not even make the EUV light in the first place.
Not only are you all in on EUV, you're doubling down even before you know if EUV is going to work.
Yes.
But to keep funding the development, they needed money, and lots of it. So they turned to the very people who needed this technology.
ASML reached out to its main customers. Okay, you want this technology for the next generation of chips? Well, you need to make us able to invest more by investing in us.
Intel invested around $4.1 billion, and Samsung and TSMC invested another $1.3 billion combined. So they can keep the research going, but with no product to show, customers were running out of patience.
We were crucified at every conference. That the promises we made last year, we were unable to live up to.
Yeah.
And they said, this is what you showed 2 years ago, this is what you showed last year, this is what you're telling me this year, so why would I believe you?
They were getting desperate.
But this was, I think, about 2012 or 13.
Hey, Don.
We were struggling to get the EV power up. And Kinoshita visited us. I took him to dinner in a small town nearby. And across from the restaurant was a Maria chapel. And now, you know, science, we have come to the limits of science. Hey, let's go for defined intervention. So we went to the chapel. So Kinoshita, just to be safe, lit 3 candles for the 3 suppliers that were pursuing EV technology at the time. And lo and behold, and I have the data to prove it, there is a very strong correlation between us lighting the candle and power going up. It's not a causal effect, but there is a strong correlation.
The big idea was, instead of hitting the droplet once, hit it twice.
One shot to hit the droplet and it expands in like a pancake shape. And then, only then have the second shot, the more powerful main pulse, where you evaporate the pancake and turn it into a plasma. This was a major breakthrough.
By changing the target from a droplet to a pancake, you got a larger surface area for the laser to vaporize, but without the cost of adding more debris or neutral atoms, because now the tin is vaporized all at once. By 2014, they finally managed to hit that coveted 100 watts mark.
Yeah,
but
I agree,
improvements in multi-patterning with 193 nanometers now meant that EUV would only be useful if the source reached at least 200 watts and made 125 wafers per hour.
The source went from 100 to 200, but as the industry moved on, nobody waits for you. You know, they find other solutions. We had to catch up, so it was a moving goalpost.
One of the problems was, how do you perfectly time the laser so you hit each of these droplets?
So the analogy is a bit like a golf ball that you need to land in the hole 200 meters away. Not like land on the green, not bounce on the...
Yeah, this will be in the Netherlands. This ASML is in the Netherlands, so yeah, Dutch.
Get in the hole, but like land in the hole every time. That's the level of precision that we need to deliver the droplets. Those droplets are traveling through this like maelstrom of hydrogen flow.
Well, it's not really that it's not right, because it's happening in a vacuum. The thing I hate about this golf analogy, and I think this comes back to what you were saying, who made that say hypervisor? It comes back to what you were saying. The difference between golf and what these guys are doing is they're doing it in a vacuum. Yes, obviously the technology is extremely complex, but with golf there are many variables in terms of like how the wind is going, what the green looks like, etc. These guys have fine control of all of those different variables because they're working in a vacuum. So these analogies only go so far. But it is it's pretty fucking exceptional what these guys do.
The speeds are tremendously high. It's like shoot golf balls through a tornado. And then right when it lands at the hole, that's when it needs to get hit by the laser. So in order to basically track the droplets, for that we use laser curtains. And we can sort of look at when does the droplet pass through a laser curtain. Those scattered photons tell us basically when and where is the droplet. And then importantly tells us when to fire the laser. So we actually have to take into account how long will it take for the light pulse to hit the droplet after we send the pulse.
Now, by 2015, they were getting closer and closer to that coveted 200 watt mark, when all of a sudden the ASML board members got summoned.
This was one of these decisive moments where our customers were really thin on patience. And Martin and other board members were summoned to Korea to show 200 watt. And they were really fed up with it. You know, you either show it now or you go away. And when they entered the plane, the experiment was still running. When they exited the plane, they had the first result demonstrating 200 watt. This is how close we came.
With the source power up,
hey,
there
Kara.
was one final problem that had to be solved before they could
Sabar,
begin manufacturing their machine. See, while the hydrogen gas did protect the collector mirror from debris, it wasn't perfect. All the intense high-energy photons and hydrogen ions zipping around deteriorated a very special top coating on the collector. So they still had to clean the mirrors every 10 hours, which, you know, is terrible for productivity. Martin van der Brink asked for updates every day on their progress. But then one of the engineers noticed that every time they opened up the machine, the mirrors suddenly seemed cleaner.
That he kind of chimed in and said, oh, wait a second. Whenever we opened up the machine, oxygen comes in and our problem is solved. Couldn't we think of a way to add just a little oxygen to our system and make sure that the collector stays clean longer? And so they started experimenting with the amount of oxygen that was needed in the vacuum. And then finally got to this point, okay, if we add so much oxygen, we'll keep the collector clean for longer.
With this fix, ASML's machine could run continuously for much longer, and it finally became commercially viable. By 2016, orders started pouring in, and now all of the most advanced chips need ASML.
Sylvie says, I will argue against that. Even in a perfect vacuum, the molecules within a fluid are constantly moving randomly due to their thermal energy. Yeah, no doubt this is a tough engineering problem. Maybe I spoke too soon. But comparing it to golf is a little bit like what we were talking about before, is physicists and scientists trying to make the most complex shit sound ridiculously simple, you know?
Machine, making them perhaps the most important tech company in the world. ASML's first commercial machines had a numerical aperture of 0.33 and could print 13 nanometer lines. These are called the low-NA machines, and ASML still makes them. But the machine that Jan's team started working on back in 2012 was the next generation, which had a larger...
I don't even understand golf.
optic system, so they could print even smaller features. This is the high-NA machine with a numerical aperture of 0.55.
Kia ora, Kemper.
And we get to see their latest version up close.
Ooh.
How much is the machine?
We always say north of 350 million euros.
And you can actually buy it, right?
You can if you want. Yeah.
If I had the money, I could buy it.
Yes, you could.
How many people have seen this before?
We really limit the amount of people that get to go inside the clean room.
ASML's machines are built in a super strict clean room. In any cubic meter, there can be no more than 10 particles, only 0.1 microns large, and nothing bigger than that. A speck of pollen is around 20 microns, and extremely fine sand is around 10 microns. To put all of this in perspective, hospital...
Oh my gosh. What is the flow state? What is that? Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Camper Adventure. Thank you.
Operating rooms, which have to be extremely clean, only allow a maximum of 10,000 particles per cubic meter that are 0.1 microns wide.
It's so unfair how much better Mark looks though. In his light suit, I feel like a little Smurf.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the air showers. So you're gonna have to do it as I do.
Okay.
The funniest ones are Brian Greene trying to explain like entanglement, quantum entanglement with like the most random videos trying to explain quantum entanglement, the double slit experiment, all of these things with the most horrible analogies, man. They work though. They work. So simplistic.
Down all the particles that are still on
so
us.
this is like super clean air blowing us clean.
This place is huge.
It's huge.
It's insane. I've been in a clean room a couple times before, but it's nothing compared to this. Are there any secret areas here where almost no one has access to?
I can't tell you.
Great answer.
Okay, so this is the total system.
This is it? That's crazy. Look how big it is. This is the most advanced machine humanity.
But they're not just to explain ideas to other people. It's also to, even scientists and physicists and stuff use it to solve problems. Thought experiments, for example, like Einstein's thought experiment that led him to the special theory of relativity, and then the general theory of relativity. You know, it's how we rationalize things is very important. like I think that's a superpower to be able to do that, to be able to think in simple terms of very complex things, and make or break the problem down into smaller pieces. That is in itself a superpower.
He's ever built. It's taken many, many years, decades of
Salam
development,
Amani!
many billions of dollars, all to get this humongous beauty.
Marhaba!
So this is the first high-NA machine.
Yes. So if you saw pictures on the internet or whatever,
Yeah.
that's this machine. So the very first lines ever printed at 8 nanometers and stuff, that was this machine.
The smoothest object on Earth.
Yeah, it's all in here, yeah.
Wait, so let me see if I can figure this out. This is the light
I'm well,
source.
thank you, Amani. I'm
So
well.
when I
I'm
make
doing
the
well. How are you
extreme
doing?
Ultraviolet.
Yes.
And then the laser must come in from
Yeah, let's
there.
take a look at the laser.
That's why I love Mao so much and love on practice and on contradiction. It is, but I feel like with great power comes great responsibility, and a lot of people are lazy with their analogies. I agree. But it was Einstein who said, if you can't explain a problem simply, then you don't understand it yourself. So I think that's important too. Like, simplifying it means that you yourself have a better understanding of it. I think that's a very important thing to do. But yeah, when people do it, it's just sometimes it doesn't hit the spot.
In fact, we got to see just how the laser and light source work.
I think we're entering the laser system here. Mark's just making sure, I think, that we can actually film here. That we're not catching anything we're not supposed to. Oh, wow. This looks dangerous.
Now, the laser system is covered by all of these brown cabinets, but here is a model
Yo,
version. A carbon dioxide laser of just a few watts enters this amplifier, where it bounces around until it's roughly 5 times its original power. It then goes through a total of 4 different
Big Philly.
amplifiers
Hey, Faye.
to bring the final laser up to 20,000 watts, which is 4 times stronger than lasers that cut through steel.
Over here, we have the amplifiers that generate this powerful laser beam.
Yeah.
And then it basically comes out, and this is part of the beam transport system, where it's brought to the machine.
Salam,
So this
Liverpool.
pipe
Hey,
here
Menda.
has the big laser beam.
And this has a mirror?
Yes.
Then the pulses travel to the light source module.
It kind of looks like a transformer or like a, I don't know, like a spaceship. There's so many wires going everywhere.
Don't touch this.
Holy crap.
This is pretty big, huh?
This is insane.
And this is just a light source.
This is just a light source. Are you getting this comparison shot?
And so you need all of this
Just to make EUV light. Yeah.
just to make the light.
Yes.
That's incredible. Can we do a little walk around?
We can do a little walk.
Let's go.
So basically, this is the heart of the source.
Can I stand on here?
If you're below 137, you can.
I think I am.
I'm good, thank you, Manda.
Woo. And so the thin droplets are coming in from the left.
Yes.
Then we're shooting the laser from here.
Yeah.
Okay, it explodes.
And then the light.
The light goes out there.
One improvement from ASML's first EUV machine to their newest one is the number of pulses that hit the droplet. The first pre-pulse still flattens the droplet into a pancake. But now there's also a second pre-pulse that further reduces the density. It basically turns it into a low-density gas. It rarefies it. And then the final pulse essentially ionizes all of it. So for basically the same power coming from the drive laser, they get even more EUV light. Now, if they want even more light, then the only way to do that is by hitting more droplets. And that's exactly what they did.
Our most recent EV light sources that we're shipping right now, which are around the 500 watt level, we increased the rep rate up to 60,000 times per second. And then we have a roadmap that's going to go to 100,000 droplets per second. We've actually now already demonstrated this 100,000 droplets per second in the lab, so it's not an if, but a win.
Crazy.
The 3 pulses that we use to make the pancake, to blow up the pancake a little bit, and then to evaporate the pancake.
Yeah.
The first 2 pulses, they would be coming in through this pipe here.
True.
And then the main pulse with the big laser the laser beam would be delivered through this pipe here.
Both the high and low NA machines shipping out right now use 3 pulses, and eventually they will hit more droplets per second. But the light source is just one small part of the full machine. After bouncing off the collector mirror, the EUV light moves to the illuminator. A set of mirrors shape and focus the light before it hits the reticle. The reticle is the top half, and this module is built in a separate facility and installed later. Next, the light goes into the projection optics box, which is a set of mirrors that shrink the light down.
Crazy.
The high NA machine can shrink the pattern 8 times in the vertical direction and 4 times in the horizontal direction. The mirrors are also much smoother still. If the low NA's mirrors were the size of Germany, the tallest bump would be about 1 millimeter. But if the high NA mirrors were the size of the world, the tallest bump would be about the thickness of a playing card. By the combination of both of these improvements, ASML was able to increase the numerical aperture from 0.33 to 0.55. And finally, the light hits the wafer. In order to print around 185 wafers per hour, the reticle whips back and forth at accelerations of over 20 Gs. That's over 5 times the acceleration of a Formula 1 car. And this is some actual footage of what that's like inside this machine. And notice that this is not sped up. But the crazy thing to me about this machine isn't how fast the reticle moves, or even how small it can print. But it's just how insanely accurate it needs to be. The most any 2 layers can be off, which is called the overlay, is 1 nanometer. That's 5 freaking silicon atoms of precision. That's insane.
So typically what we do as system engineers is that we make a budget. Yeah. So we say, hey, you get, let's say, a nanometer. And we divide then the nanometers to smaller fractions.
Right. The nanometers total. It's not like your group gets
a nanometer. You get you get a nanometer in total. Yes. So you have to fight for your part of the nanometer. It's kind of cool to realize that like every smartphone nowadays has a chip that is made with a machine that was actually put together here. So that's a cool thought.
Take a look at this.
It's pretty massive, huh?
So big. So do you cover it up?
Yes. At a customer fab, it will be looking like a big white box. I like it better like this.
Yeah, me too. It's funny, you need such a big machine, so much infrastructure to make the tiniest things we can make at scale.
It's inversely proportional.
Yeah, smaller you want to go, the larger everything around it becomes. After the machines are assembled, tested, and approved, they are disassembled to ship all around the world. 5,000 companies supply 100,000 parts, 3,000 cables, 40,000 bolts, and 2 kilometers of hosing. ASML ships their high-NA machine in 250 containers spread out over 25 trucks and 7 Boeing 747s. Despite all the doubt and setback, EUV finally made it to manufacturing level 3 decades after Kinoshida's first images. But even when almost the entire world didn't believe it would work, there were some people at ASML who knew that it was going to work all the way back in 2010.
Around 2001, we said let's do EUV. Yeah. And then we run into many challenges. 2010, we installed the first system at a customer, so it was installed in Korea. There it was. This thing I had been pursuing for 13 years was now standing at a customer producing wafers. This for me was a moment I realized, yes, we made the right bet.
Years later, Jos ran into the man who helped install that first machine.
He's now a professor at a renowned institute, and I shared the story about my relief and how great we made the decision. And Hanko said, yeah. He said, when you left, when you flew out after Christmas, the thing broke down. And it took 2 months to get back up again. And they almost fired me for making the wrong decision. We had some ups and downs along the way. Yeah. But again, once I saw the system installed at a customer, in a customer fab, I knew we had done the right thing. This was 2010. The first phone that came out was 2019. So we still had some hurdles to resolve. Right. But we kept going.
Now, I have spent several months working on this video and thinking about it, and it still feels absolutely impossible. And the more I think about it, the more I think,
hey, Mama Kona, welcome.
40 years ago that said it was impossible, they had a point. It's completely unreasonable to think that you could make this artificial sun in a lab, that you could make these mirrors that are this smooth, and that you could get the required overlay accuracy. The reasonable thing is to think that none of that is possible and to point out all the problems with each of them. Which reminds me of this quote: "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." Imagine if Andy and Kinoshita and all the others had been reasonable. We would have none of this. In fact, imagine what the world would be like if everyone on it was reasonable. It would probably be extremely boring. Probably most of the technology, most of the things you enjoy on a daily basis wouldn't be here. In fact, you probably wouldn't be watching this video, because just about all the technology we have nowadays would seem completely unreasonable even just 200 years ago. And so I really think that to a large extent we owe our lives to those unreasonable people. And maybe, at least to me, it's a reminder that it's good to be a little unreasonable, at least in some of the big parts of life.
Yeah, I don't think we owe anything to these people, but let me just say that this is quite a crazy engineering problem that has been solved. I mean, what can you say, right? Like, it's pretty crazy. But this video was about this video is about how those chips are made. We're gonna learn a little bit about chip making and related to AI, and then we're gonna go into an AI factory in India. This is extremely incredible. You have to AI factory in India and how actually humans are driving a lot of this. And then we're gonna go into how electricity is going to play a role, electricity generation, and the problems that are being hit with AI, developing AI on a large scale. I think all of these subjects are very much what we're going to be hearing about over the next decade, at least. So I thought it was a good time to just go in with this theme today. But here we go, guys. The next one is from Bloomberg Originals. It's called How AI is Pushing the Semiconductor Supply Chain to the Limit. So buckle up, everybody. So this is the whole process, what Huawei have replaced. Yeah, to some degree, yes.
We're entering the first of 4 factories.
This is one of the cleanest factories in the world.
How clean is clean? Even a single skin cell can actually kill one of our chips that we make here.
Chips like these. The smallest components on today's chips are smaller than the size of a virus, approximately 50,000 times smaller than the width.
The smallest chips that we make today are smaller than even Donald Trump's penis.
Of a human hair. And fragile as they may be, today's most expensive chips sell for upwards of $30,000 each and are reportedly transported in armored vehicles. We're talking about the massive, highly lucrative heartbeat powering the global economy.
Reality's lava. I think the problem with videos like this is it doesn't always show the mistakes and missteps that inform great scientists. Blunders can be beautiful. I agree. Yeah.
Trillion semiconductor devices are shipped every year. That's 100 devices for every person on Earth.
They are the foundation of economic growth around the world, and it brings together the best scientific minds to push progress forward.
The chip industry is projected to hit $1 trillion in revenue in 2026. And thanks to AI, everyone is talking about it.
Artificial intelligence boom.
Dark
My beat
energy.
went from obscure backwater that people had sort of heard of to being the center of technology.
What is widely considered to be the most complex manufacturing process on Earth is facing the
Hey, Lux.
limitations of our physical world.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions: software, hardware, chemistry, physics, in all dimensions.
Unprecedented market conditions.
Demand for AI infrastructure is absolutely massive. It appears to be insatiable right now.
Vulnerable choke points.
The modern economy is likely to collapse if something happens to Taiwanese chip ecosystem.
So just how resilient is the industry that requires this many layers of clothing to function? Right this way. Nestled among windmills and canals, surrounded by charming cottages and cyclists, you will find Europe's most valuable tech firm, well known for
Lithography.
The lithography tools that they create are some of the most fabulously
Kia ora,
complex
Moon.
and
Kia
difficult
ora.
to perfect machines in the world.
ASML doesn't make chips. It makes machines that make chips and offers tech that no other company has been able to recreate. Lithography is a process that directs light through a series of mirrors, lenses, and a special blueprint to transfer patterns onto silicon wafers, essentially shrinking chip designs down to sizes invisible to the human eye and creating the electrical
Is this the dude with the company that has the $400 million machine? Yeah, So we just watched that one, Axiom, and now he's in this video as well.
pathways that give a chip its function.
All of the manufacturers of the most advanced chips in the world,
Oh, not
whether
this guy,
they say
not
it
this guy.
publicly or not, use ASML's machines or are about to use ASML's machines.
This guy looks like he's about to go. About to just go on a killing spree.
The nano patterning machine is one of the most critical steps in the semiconductor
Oh
making.
yeah, this is the dude with the $400 million machine. Yes.
People buy new phones because they got more capabilities for the same money. So you must find a way to print much smaller features
Giant space
but at much higher productivity.
In order to make the next generation of chips even more intricate, ASML literally had to develop a way to generate a type of light that does not naturally occur on Earth's surface, called EUV, extreme ultraviolet. The system is as big as a double-decker bus, weighs as much as a blue whale, and will run customers $400 million per machine.
Why do your machines have to be so big?
That's a good question. First of all, as you want to print smaller resolution, you make the opening angle of the lens bigger.
Bigger lenses can collect more information to squeeze onto the surface of the chips.
The second reason is, in order to have the speed, you need very fast-moving stages.
Litho machines can repeatedly
Yeah,
copy a
Axiom.
pattern onto a wafer hundreds of thousands of times within about 12 seconds.
The reticle stage can move about 20 G, 4 times more acceleration than the most advanced fighter jets in the world. In order to have that power to accelerate that fast, you need big motors.
The smaller or more complex the chip, the bigger the machine needs to be. There's no avoiding it. All of the world's most advanced litho machines come from ASML. It is one hyper-specialized link in this highly
He looks like he would call me a slur he invented from AI.
concentrated supply chain
Oh,
that is under more pressure than ever before. All eyes are on the companies at the top and whether they're up for the challenge.
We design the semiconductor products that really drive the leading edge of compute.
This is AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. Worth more than $300 billion, it's a place where engineers fill their thermoses with liquid nitrogen. Where stock prices have been known to triple, AI is hot.
You hear it sizzle all of a sudden?
And occasionally, employees appear out of thin air.
Well, you guys are getting first-hand view of how this works. We're delivering server chips that go into supercomputers, networking chips that connect the world together, on down to the consoles that you use to play your latest games. But the common theme in all of them...
Oh, talking about PlayStation, they are getting some major
Prime sub. You just took money from Bezos. Welcome to the Noisy Crew.
Thank you, Axiom, for taking money from Bezos. Welcome. Thank you, Axiom. PlayStation's getting a lot of backlash for freezing their CDs. So they're gonna stop selling CDs. PlayStation for the games. It's all gonna be digital copies now.
Is they require certain compute capabilities and energy efficiency.
The switches in chips are called transistors. They're sort of like nanoscopic light switches that control the flow of electricity and generate the classic ones and zeros that ultimately make up every piece of digital information in our modern devices. Chips are everywhere. It's how your phone unlocks, your robot vacuum navigates, and how your coffee maker somehow connects to Wi-Fi. Sometimes.
When you think about the modern economy, right, and you think about how goods are produced today, what you recognize is that chips have become ubiquitous. It's very difficult to find anything that you can plug in or that runs on a battery that doesn't have a semiconductor of some form in it.
The stock market loves chips. Sorry, I may be underselling this a bit. The stock market is going absolutely bonkers.
The latest blockbuster AI chips deal with AMD's.
I mean, holy moly, Batman, the AI rally and the chip grab, it is on in a big way.
And AMD has turned the demand for AI chips into a new multi-billion-dollar part of its business.
All right, so this is a wafer. This is how we build our products. You can see where all of the various individual chips are printed. So this wafer probably has around 300 or 400 chips printed. And after you singulate them,
A fancy way of saying wafers are chipped into individual chips, which is actually the origin of the term chip.
you have products such as this. This is a chip that would run your PC.
Basic chips are called analog or essential, and they quite simply have more basic functions as sensors or power switches. More advanced chips are referred to as, well, advanced. This could be your run-of-the-mill CPU or GPU, the brains of the computer that are computing and performing more elaborate tasks. The most specialized AI chips are designed to not only run, but create software, to process droves of data in a matter of milliseconds.
Just to see a contrast, you know, this is a PC, this is a server, this is AI, and the amount of silicon is immensely higher. This central region here is actually many chips with some stacked on top of the other. And then the 8 individual chiplets on the outside are our memory, stacked 12 layers high. And so we're able to get more energy efficient AI compute.
Of course, AI is booming. AI chips accounted for more than 1/4 of all chips sold in 2025. That figure is expected to reach more than half by 2029. Chip demand is no longer dictated by which new iPhone or PC will have customers lining up.
What has changed over the years in the semiconductor industry is since we're seeing such a surge in the need to build data centers for AI deployment and applications, we're seeing a more sustained growth period in semiconductors as opposed to the old-fashioned cyclical when we used to have Intel come out with chips that everybody had to upgrade their computer for.
Spending on AI infrastructure, like data centers, is projected to soon cross the $1 trillion mark, so the demand for these chips is there. There's just one maybe not so nanoscopic problem. How concentrated is too concentrated for this supply chain? Behind those pom-poms and smoke machines are employees for the chip giant TSMC. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company.
Oh, chiplets.
As fun as the annual company sports day looks, TSMC's role in the industry
Hey,
is
Mia,
serious
welcome.
business.
Creating semiconductors is the most complicated manufacturing process in the world.
To be fair, it does require a bit of choreography. Making a chip is like building a house of cards with thousands of people located on multiple continents. Everyone must place their card exactly right, delicately balanced at the perfect time, or, well, you know what happens. The majority of chip design happens in the US.
Saw today something about like a deadly bacteria or something in water coming out of Meta data center. Didn't look into it yet. Oh, I have no clue.
Silicon
That sounds
wafers
horrible.
are primarily made in Japan and Taiwan, but a few other places as well. A lot of chip-making machinery comes from the Netherlands, of course, the US, and South Korea. Components within those machines are sourced from places like Germany, Japan, and the US. Then, all of those things join forces for manufacturing.
Well, firstly, what do you notice about where these parts are coming from? What do you notice? This is what access is about. This is how inequitable the world is. All of this stuff comes from the West or Western allies. That's it. Like it's all over there. The access is so restricted to all of these things. This is how much of a apartheid style model of world we live in, where only selected people have access to these sorts of things. We can't live in a world like this anymore. If we want to solve big problems, we need to start harnessing everyone's minds. We need to bring more people into contribute, you know? It's just sad, man.
Magic within fabrication facilities, fabs for short, heavily concentrated in Taiwan. TSMC manufactures over 90% of the world's most advanced chips, almost entirely out of its Taiwan-based gigafabs.
A gigafab is a massive chip-making site. It maximizes its output and optimizes its cost.
It created this idea of we can outsource manufacturing, give us your designs and we'll...
For some reason, when they say gigafab, it sounds like gigafap, and it's just hilarious.
Make the best chips. Doesn't matter who's designing them. You're going to TSMC and you're saying, please make this for me.
It's basically the bottleneck of all bottlenecks. Smack dab in the middle of a very complex supply chain with no simple alternative.
What's called bringing up a fab, which is basically making a new factory or a new production line operational, requires a lot of experience. And so guess what? If you've got one next door that's already working, why not copy that? The logistics are very much favor building these things in what are called clusters in close proximity to each other.
These clever clusters are also, let's say, precarious.
There are a lot of ways that the supply chain for semiconductors and its broader ecosystem can be destabilized.
Taiwan's strongest earthquake in 25 years.
Disruptive side effects of the COVID pandemic. There is now a global shortage of computer chips.
A supply chain disruption in one place can cause repercussions in the industry far down the line.
To top it off, TSMC is located at the center of a decades-long geopolitical standoff.
Beijing has been ratcheting up pressure, staging its most expansive military drills in decades.
China claims Taiwan is a Chinese territory, while Taiwan maintains its independence. And that doesn't make things feel particularly stable.
There are some concerns about China's plans for the future of Taiwan and whether that could constrain the ability of United States companies to get those chips.
A February 2026 Bloomberg economics report estimates that the world economy could lose $10 trillion if a conflict were to erupt. With Taiwan hanging in the balance, global superpowers are making moves.
The government of the United States has said, hey, guess what? This is strategically important to us. It has massive security implications.
The defense industry needs very highly advanced chips that are impervious, for example, to space radiation to power satellites and planes and things like this. So there's a defense industry motivation for governments to...
I don't know the answer, but what you want to bet vast majority of that 10% is China.
make sure that there are the right kind of semiconductors produced within their country's borders.
China doesn't feel that it can depend on the U.S. It believes in self-reliance and technological supremacy as well. but basically it doesn't want to be left out. So it wants to develop its own homegrown chip industry.
And where does Huawei come in?
Well, Huawei is China's national tech champion. It's a company that's known for its hardware prowess. Back in 2019, the U.S. had imposed sanctions on Huawei, basically cutting off its ability to get the components it needs to make its products. And there was a feeling that Huawei was in a lot of trouble.
At the time, China was a late start into chip manufacturing. Less than 10% of the country's chips were being supplied by Chinese companies with less advanced tech than foreign firms, which is at odds with the fact that China is also the world's largest market for chips.
China has a massive middle-class consumer base that it can sell electronics to. So if it could make and develop these capabilities in the chip industry, then it's almost supportable on a domestic basis.
But China has been notoriously secretive about its chip industry.
No one really knew where China stood. We had heard that Huawei was building some chip factories in secret. We identified 3
Guys, I just need to use the bathroom quickly. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to pause the live on TikTok. Otherwise, it will just take it down. I'll be 2 minutes, okay? Just give me 1 sec. I'll just pause the live on TikTok. Please keep chatting. And I will be back. Here's some filler music while I'm gone. I'll be back. BRB. I'm back. I'm Bizak. Let's go.
Factories deep in the bowels of Guangdong, and I got the location. And when I got there, I was surprised.
The site was evidence of China's major domestic manufacturing efforts underway to skirt U.S. sanctions.
We all thought that this wasn't possible because you need so much money in order to build these chip plants.
Estimates suggest building a leading-edge chip plant requires at least $30 billion in capital. Nonetheless, in 2023, Huawei shocked the industry with the debut of a China-made advanced chip that proved an unexpectedly rapid development and capability. China has also become the world's biggest producer of analog chips. But Chinese progress in advanced chip making has been stalled by fluctuating US regulation around access to state-of-the-art Western chips and chip technology. ASML's highly coveted advanced lithography machines are among the technologies blocked from being sold to Chinese companies.
China's advantages, they're spending and investing a lot of money in creating their own chips. The Chinese government launched a $50 billion chip fund, allowing a lot of these local chip makers to tap into in order to develop their chip-making capabilities. You also have all these big private tech companies, Alibaba, Tencent, also providing money and support, backing a lot of these startups.
Money is the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen, right? It's gonna happen that if you keep restricting countries, especially like China, they're gonna find a way, and before you know it, they'll innovate in a way that the West hasn't thought about, and the West keeps shooting itself in the foot again and again and again. It's fucking hilarious.
The Chinese government is considering incentives valuing up to an additional $70 billion to support domestic chip making. Meanwhile, the US is still doling out money from the Biden administration's $52 billion 2022 CHIPS Act in a major reshoring effort of its own.
Reshoring means bringing factories back to a certain country so that the physical ability to manufacture semiconductors resides in that country.
In 1990, nearly 40% of the world's chips were manufactured in the US. In 2024, it was only about 10%, so the US has ambitions to send that percentage climbing again.
The United States has never been the cheapest place to produce semiconductor components. Our labor costs are high, our regulatory burden is high, but there is an incentive now under the current administration and another prior one, which involves subsidizing the creation of more manufacturing here in the United States.
About 7,000 miles from the TSMC gigafabs in Taiwan, there is a site, or collection of sites, that have earned a name inspired by none other than the birthplace of chip innovation. Welcome to the Silicon Desert.
Oh shit.
This place a few years ago, it used to be desert. And in a few years, we will have a little city here of fabs. Everything will start being like a science fiction, highly automated, producing thousands of wafers very soon.
On the one hand, the desert is good for chip fabs. Low humidity, decreased risk of earthquakes and floods, cheap land, and, of course, some tax incentives. On the other, the chip infrastructure has to be built up from scratch. To date, TSMC is committed to investing $165 billion in the Arizona fabs and is scheduled to receive $6.6 billion in direct funding from the CHIPS Act. As TSMC makes a splash with its first operations on US soil, major expansion efforts are also underway by the OG American chip company. Do you know the one? Think back to your high school backpack.
There's a better way for everyone. From the company that invented the integrated circuit, Texas Instruments, the better way keeps getting better.
Everybody says, oh, the calculator company, right? And the reality is we do so much more than that. Our foundational chips are the backbone of essentially all modern technology as we know it.
Okay, so the calculators are cool, but this Texas Instruments story is about a different equation.
If it plugs into the wall or has a battery, it very likely has one TI chip in it. We have 15 manufacturing sites globally, and these manufacturing sites work together to provide tens of billions of chips every year globally to our customers. And for perspective, that's tens of...
We actually make even bigger calculators now.
thousands of chips coming out of TI globally every single minute.
That
I love you, chat.
A whopping 100,000 customers and 80,000
Hey,
products.
Amy.
TI makes the kind of chips that perform more simple tasks, like sensing temperature to prevent overheating, or managing power as it moves through a device. The chips that keep our technology safe and running smoothly.
One of the most important things about the industry that you have to understand is its volume economics. Making a lot of chips as cheap as you can and selling them for as much as you can is the way towards victory.
Some of TI's chips sell for just a few cents each. They're cheaper and easier to make than today's leading advanced AI chips, meaning it's cost-effective to utilize lower-tier or even hand-me-down production equipment. But the company has made the countercurrent decision to invest $60 billion in advanced chip manufacturing tech.
We're actually in the subfab. The clean room will be just above us.
The details all come back to those shiny wafers.
Maybe you can come here and help me hold this, please.
This is a 200mm wafer, the size used by most analog chip companies. This is a 300mm wafer, primarily used for more advanced chip manufacturing. These are TI's big bet.
So going from 200 to 300mm increases the surface area on the wafer by 2.3 times.
Meaning 2.3 times the number of chips.
So when you look here, there's kind of a collection of different chips, and you can see everything from, really big products here all the way to the very small, tiny ones.
Pause. Let that sink in. Those are chips.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, isn't it? I think if I picked it up, you wouldn't be able to see it. I think it's about the size of a pepper flake, and in fact, very glittery.
At that scale, 2.3 times the number of chips could mean a competitive advantage of hundreds of thousands more chips per wafer.
So from this vantage point, you can get a sense of scale of this site. This will be TI's largest mega site. Over 5.5 million square feet. The same square footage as two Empire State Buildings. Wow. It's a huge site, mega site.
While TI doesn't make AI chips, it's hoping the current landscape propels demand for its essential chip business.
I think what we're seeing in terms of the growth and expansion of the whole industry is a mixture. We always have the nuts and bolts chips, but we also have AI pulling along those nuts and bolts chips too, because you can't build a server for a data center without some lower end, cheaper chips that do some of the grunt work, if you like.
I'm bloody freezing.
All right, get into those warm bunny suits.
So we're going into the first part of the clean room that hasn't had equipment installed yet, is that correct?
Yeah, we're entering into the north side of the first of 4 factories here in Sherman, Texas. This factory is 100% automated. On the ceiling, we will have over 15 miles of automated track. Each one of those cars carries material around the factory. Bringing up a 300mm factory has the most advanced manufacturing equipment in the world.
Texas Instruments projects this site will soon produce hundreds of millions of chips every single day. If all of this investment pays off in the margins, TI will increase its lead as the #1 global supplier of analog chips and prove advanced manufacturing's value for even the tiniest ones.
A couple of decades ago, chips in general were servicing behind the scenes. Today, I would say chips actually define infrastructure. They define communications or people mobility or defense or AI.
From the chips powering our devices to the fabs where they're made, the industry is experiencing pervasive change. The demand from AI and our ever more technologically dependent world is forcing a global rethink of the fundamental building blocks. But one thing is for certain. Innovation is underway.
We might be looking at the news and seeing politics take center stage or other disruptions. Be aware that companies are going to be focused on investing in the new product, in the new design, in how to save on costs. They're going to be focused on innovation if they're doing things correctly.
For years, this industry was mired in this win or loss brutal economics, trudge towards the future, and now we're seeing all kinds of excitement of people talking about chips in a new way.
Plain and simple, the chip industry is evolving to meet the moment, and it's...
Am I allowed to say the word sexy?
Why, yes, you absolutely are.
What? What? Why are we saying the word sexy here? Okay.
They
All
don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Okay, so we go from all the glitz and glamour and sex of chip making to the human power that is actually driving all of this. Okay? So this is a little piece by the Financial Times. The Financial Times, the AI factory, the rewiring of India's tech industry. This is such a great little piece by the Financial Times. Just yeah, this is crazy. Very educational.
There are juries out there about what is AI.
AI is fundamentally a marketing term. It has become a way to unlock vast amounts of capital.
Well, $1.5 trillion is being pumped into these large language models just to keep them learning.
With automation, 60% of the work is automated. I don't need 100 people, I need only 40 people.
I think before we talk about what is India's unique AI path, maybe we need to discuss, does India have a unique AI path? I mean, that's what India wants to tell the world, right?
We are probably the second largest AI workforce in the world today.
Any profession where the task is well defined, those tasks will be done by AI.
While certain kinds of tech jobs may go out, there will be certain other newer kinds of tech jobs which will get created.
AI should be understood as a technology that by design concentrates power.
The resources that are being generated in the West and in China, India just doesn't have that. India is still largely the back office for the world. What will be the future of AI in India? What will it be used for? Is it exploitative? Other people aware they might be creating data that will lead to robots replacing them? Karur is a very small town in Tamil Nadu, southern state, and we don't have a lot of jobs in these places. We visited this textile manufacturing factory in Karur. There was a station where they are stitching something, there was a station where they're folding something, there was a station where they're ironing something. And almost in all of the stations, some of the workers were wearing cameras on their foreheads.
Oh,
it
really,
was either
Amy?
a GoPro, and some of them were also wearing Meta glasses.
We have 200 people and we utilize at least 60 people for this robotics area. They wear it every day, at least for...
Something like that, Axiom. IIT, yeah, it's quite highly ranked. But it's just a production facility for technology slave labor. They're like paid 10 times less than the same role in the West.
6 to 8 hours per day. They have the additional benefit of 10,000 rupees per month.
இது போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு 6 மாசமா தினமும் காலையில வந்த உடனே ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிப்போம் மிஷின் ஆன் ஆகி ரெடி ஆன உடனே ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிப்போம் அதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பியும் டீ பிரேக் அண்ட் லஞ்ச் பிரேக்கில் மட்டும் கிளாஸை ரிமூவ் பண்ணியிருப்போம் மற்றபடி எல்லா நேரத்துலையும் நாங்கள் செய்கிற எல்லா வேலையும் இதில் ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படி
So basically this guy is saying, let me just read that for you guys. Hold on.
We have 200 people and we utilize at least 60 people for this robotics area. They wear it every day, at least for 6 to 8 hours per day. They have the additional benefit of 10,000 rupees per month.
இது போய்கிட்டு இருக்கு
For the past 6 months, every day, as soon as we come in the morning,
6 மாசமா தினமும் காலையில வந்த உடனே ரெக்கார்ட்
we
பண்ண
start
ஆரம்பிப்போம்
recording.
மிஷின் ஆன் ஆகி ரெடி ஆன உடனே ரெக்கார்ட்
The moment the machine is on, we begin
பண்ண
recording.
ஆரம்பிப்போம் அதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பி
After that, we remove the glasses only during tea break and lunch break.
டீ பிரேக் அண்ட் லஞ்ச் பிரேக்ல மட்டும் கிளாஸ் ரிமூவ்
Other than that, whatever work we do,
பண்ணிருப்போம் மற்றபடி எல்லா நேரத்துலயும்
everything gets recorded.
ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படி நினைக்கல ஏன்னா எல்லா இடத்துலையும் ஹியூமனுக்கான ஒரு ப்ரையாரிட்டி இருந்துக்கிட்டே தானே இருக்கும் ஸோ ரோபோட் இருந்தாலும் இட்ஸ் ஹெல்ப் ஃபார் ஹியூமன் நாட் ஃபார் த ஒர்க்.
It looks very dystopian to start with. Is this what humans will become? Are we training robots now? Are we the fodder for robots? I mean, it doesn't seem like a tech job. But if this camera will tomorrow train how Tesla produces a new robot, that's a tech job. But this is the bottom end of the tech job, where you are not the person who's actually producing any technology, but what you're doing is still training technology.
Objectbase started in 2019. We basically started as a data annotation company. Later, we evolved into robotics, and we are right now collecting all types of data, egocentric data, gripper data, teleoperations data, all sorts of data has been collected for robotics. Basically, the egocentric data is nothing but all the day-to-day activities which a normal human being performs, right? We collect all types of household activities, living room, bedroom, kitchens, even the cleaning of bathrooms. The egocentric is purely focusing on the humanoid robots. This capture of data from A to Z is the building blocks for the actual robot.
It's like they're trying to circumvent the dynamic of the oppressed force to do all the work, becoming more skilled and stronger than the oppressor, yeah. They made computer a job again.
Robotics. They are expecting a 6 months volume to be generated in a single day. They are expecting around 500 millions of hours in a single day. So that's the volume they are actually expecting.
500 million hours?
Hours, single day.
Fuck me. Jeez.
So myself Dharni, so 28 years old. I'm a teacher by profession. But after my baby was born, I was unable to continue with the job. Then they understand the process actually. I'm just capturing my day-to-day activity, right? Like folding the clothes, like brooming the house, and cleaning the bookshelf, or cleaning my kids' toys, washing the vessels. For 3 hours, they will be paying 1,000 rupees. I used to wear this for 6 to 7 hours because I have to cover up the activities. So from that, I'm earning, right? If you see in the startup companies as well as in the multinational companies, if you see a lot of companies have laid off a lot of workers actually due to this AI. A lot of my friends and my relatives also got laid off from their job. As of now, my job is really safe because we are just training that. So until the model get trained, or robots cannot take our work, I believe.
You have to understand, for a robot to know that this is a cup, San Francisco offices don't train the robot to do that. It's people sitting in small town India.
The fact that we have 1.5 billion people who can generate data is both good and bad.
This kind of data work to me
is both good and bad? Bro, fucking hell. Oh. That guy is exactly the type of guy who when I look at the indentured labor from India that got put into boats for the British to exploit, he would have been standing there at the dock going, yeah, I mean, we have all of this population, it's good and bad. Same motherfucker, bro. It's probably his granddad. Oh, jeez.
Provokes that fundamental question, which is,
Jess.
this is a supply chain which is extractive by design.
If you're paying a price and somebody is willing to do it, then it's a fair trade. But at some point, somebody has to ask, are we being exploited? Is there an alternative?
At some point, buddy? Why not ask that question right now? Just ask it right now. Fuck, man.
Are we data working our ways out of employment, out of good jobs, into a world where the mediating force, the technology that mediates across different sectors of the economy are the companies that run away with the lion's share of the value?
There are geographies in India where people will be exploited. They will be asked to wear these cameras by their employees with no extra money given to them. And all this data can be used against the workers as well.
The creation of these large language models has raised really serious concerns about whose knowledge was it that created these systems that these companies are now profiting in the billions out of.
India is saying we'll build our own large language models, we'll build our own products. But almost all the products that are there globally at some point will be trained by somebody in India. India has had a massive data annotation industry for many years now. What is data annotation? It's basically you tell every piece of information, you explain what that information is for the computer to learn. There are self-driving cars in the world, right? Those cars need to identify what are the objects on the street.
This is a truck, this is a car, this is a billboard. You annotate all that and train the algorithm. It goes back to about 15 years. Our Nextwell started when we went to a place called Mallasamudram, and we saw this huge engineering college there with thousands of graduates coming out of the college. We went back and looked at the data, and we realized that 60% of the colleges are concentrated in the small towns. Therefore, 60% of the graduates in the country are also from small towns. And these are first generation graduates, which means parents are farmers, daily wage laborers, agriculturists, tailors, clerks, policemen.
Thank you for dropping
and they
by.
would have taken loans for their education.
I am Purani. Currently, I am an assistant deputy manager. I am handling Southeast Asia, Europe, and North America, LATAM.
We work with some of the top companies in the retail segment. They are doing absolutely cutting edge AI work in the space that they are in. When they are building these AI algorithms, they need people who are able to train, test, and validate these AI algorithms, which means data annotation, video annotation, audio annotation, multi-turn conversations, reinforced learning through human feedback.
If there's an assembly line and one person's job is to put a screw in, that person has to make sure the screw is going in accurately every time for every product that passes through him or her. It's the same for data annotation. It's like a factory floor. You have to have absolute accuracy. For 1.5 billion people that live in India, you have 3 large cities that are the main growth drivers: Delhi, Mumbai, and Bengaluru. Delhi and Mumbai have a population of about 22 million. Bangalore has about 15 million. But if you have to create jobs, not everybody can be here.
Every woman needs to be dependent. My relations, they are saying that female, we cannot able to spend money for her to education and all. Just fix marriage for her. My mother struggled a lot because she then studied. On her age of 16, she got married. So from childhood, she taught me that we should be dependent always. I'm the first graduate of my family.
In a country like India, which has been a socially conservative nation, where women in many parts of the country are still not even allowed to be properly educated, if you can give women jobs where they don't have to leave their hometowns, if it's data annotation work, that's immensely adding value to their lives.
There is a saying, right? If you educate a boy, you educate the family. If you educate a girl, you educate the entire village.
We are nuclear family. Me, my husband, and my 2 kids. My son is 7-year-old and my daughter is 5 years old. And I'm taking care of my mother and father. One part of the salary I will be contributed to the health, and other part I will contributing to the studies of my kids.
Hey Ebony,
Being
welcome.
a female, we should be very bold and we should act independent, to not depend on anyone. Like the same thing I will teach to my kids as well.
So for people here from the small towns, while their aspiration is to work in these IT and BPO organizations, they are not coming to recruit here. So local job opportunities are very limited. So we said, why don't we match the demand and supply and take the work to where the people are rather than people traveling to where the work is.
So when I think about AI in India, India has a lot of ambitions for AI, but it doesn't really have either the resources or it hasn't put in the effort to really take the lead in any of these new categories that AI is producing today. India is still thinking about what is the fastest or maybe the cheapest route to find lead in one of these races, but it's not found that yet.
I wouldn't agree entirely with that characterization. I think there are many reports which indicate we are in the 3rd place as far as the global AI race is concerned. Eventually, I think the impact that AI will have on economies is basically in terms of the extent of adoption of AI within the economy. And I think you will find ultimately that India will turn out to be a winner in that space.
We are sitting in Bangalore right now. This city was built on the tech industry, the boom of the tech industry that started in the early 90s in India. At the moment, India's services, they contribute about $330 to $340 billion in exports, which is larger than any one single goods exports for this country. That's extremely important for India's economy because that's a major source of dollar income. That's also the basis of the largest export that India has, and that's the information technology services.
The availability of talent, the capability of these engineers who are coming out of these premium institutions, some of them already worked for a few years here and there, very highly qualified people who understand systems well, who could quickly learn what is there in the systems. One, of course, English language was a huge advantage.
India has served as the back office for the multinational giants for
fucking dudes like that are the ones who are selling Indian labor for cheap. It's those motherfuckers who put Indian indentured laborers on British boats. It's bitches like this who looted, who allowed the British to loot India. They are still there. They're just wearing suits now. And it's heartbreaking, bro, that these people with so much potential are made to do basically in servitude of white supremacy. It's fucking stupid.
For more than 25 years now.
Under promise, over deliver. That actually probably sealed it for the industry.
The core of what the India's tech industry sold to the world was, we will solve all the tech problems for you, whether it's routine stuff like HR or accounting or some softwares that you require.
The fact that we were at the right price point was a huge deal as well.
If you are paying...
Yeah, the fact that we were at the right price point. Again, it's allowing capitalism to extract wealth from the global south. It's the same shit. These guys will fill their pockets while India doesn't develop as fast as it should.
$1 to a person for a particular job, I can get it done for you for 20 cents. AI is probably the toughest challenge that India's IT services sector has faced in their existence. It is absolutely threatening the dominance that they had for the last 25 years.
A lot of the work that is currently being done by the Indian IT service industry, which would mean that not only is there exposure, but their risk of their jobs being fully displaced rather than simply transformed is really, really high right now.
The kind of job loss that AI is going to bring about in white collar is going to be significant. But there is enough anecdotal evidence from companies that the rules have changed, that the game has changed.
This current AI moment is bringing that very same kind of threat to the Indian IT services industry that had, was born out of that moment of neoliberalism.
My name is Krishan Kaushik. I am the Mumbai correspondent for the Financial Times. I've been reporting on India for almost 15 years now. After liberalization, when money started to trickle into the country, you started seeing these new products that you just hadn't thought about earlier. Because India had always been so inward looking. You could eat like a Maggi, which is instant noodles. You would get Pepsi, Coke. For me as a kid, initially just aspiring for a Nike shoe was a big deal because you couldn't find Nike shoes. And Nike shoes were extremely expensive compared to what you would get domestically. So the international brands seeped into your everyday life.
By and large, the IT industry as we know it has changed forever. So India cannot be complacent.
You don't have to hire software engineers to create these softwares to make your businesses more streamlined.
Yeah, I saw Modi's making his first visit to Aotearoa, New Zealand as well. It's disgusting.
Now, a lot of those businesses can just do that using LLMs.
The kind of high volume, repetitive tasks, but also the margin of error that might be somewhat acceptable in a large majority of the contexts in which the IT services industry is working, make it a prime candidate for AI substitutability.
The sector's dominance is surely threatened because they were not the vanguard of bringing AI to India. That was their problem. They were immensely successful, immensely profitable. They were not investing in AI.
Where we've really lagged is private sector investment in R&D. I think part of it reflects a lack of faith in some of the companies in their own ability to make these investments and make sure that these become paying investments because the risks are larger.
Tesco is one of the oldest retailer in Europe. It is 66 billion pound business. We are not just a retailer, we are retailer, wholesaler. 100% of all architectural design of Tesco is done from Tesco Business Solutions and right here in Bangalore. Whether it's the civil engineering, whether it's mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, we have over 100,000 fridges across our 4,500 stores. And these are managed through an IoT platform here where we monitor fridge temperatures. If I look at the most complex thing that we do is something called personalization. We have data over the last 30 years for around 22 million customers. And what AI does is really understand the pattern, the trend, and really help our customers to shop.
Oh, fuck. Even the fridges at Tesco are looking at customer data. Oh.
Better. We've used AI in a tool called cost intelligence model. A bread company came to us to say, we're going to increase the cost of bread by 10%. So what the AI tool did was break up the bread ingredients to say it's made up of yeast, it's made up of water, it's made up of flour, and therefore what's inflating and what's deflating. So that helped us to reduce our costs.
India is still doing the work for companies that are largely based outside the country. That's why it's called the back office. Now, a lot of that work is being done in-house in what are called global capability centers.
Today, if a store has any issue, we have an AI system which senses that issue, categorizes that issue into one of 300 possible problems that could happen in the store, and then send the right vendor into the store to fix it as fast as we can. All of this happens touchless.
I think people talk about job losses and what AI would do. I think of AI slightly differently. A lot of people said when internet would come in, it would create a lot of job losses, but it doesn't. The threat to humanity is not AI. Threat to humanity is the inability to learn.
No. The threat to humanity are douchebags like that guy who peddle this shit. It's honestly, it's so sad. It's so sad to see that there are house curries en masse like this. All these people are the house curries I talk about. The ones who've sold their soul to white supremacy and capitalism just to get a little bit of that white privilege. So you see how that guy wears that suit? He thinks he's white. He thinks he's got a bit of white privilege. While these kids suffer. It's sick, bro.
When I think of AI in India, the first word that jumps to my mind is a scramble. India is trying to project everything. India is saying we'll build our own applications, we'll find our own solutions, but none of that is visible at the moment.
By virtue of India's IT skills, I believe India can play a very important and unique role in AI.
I think India actually has the opportunity to be the AI factory of the world. The booming AI industry needs more and more human in the loop.
I think there's a distinct possibility that the overall number of jobs in the tech sector in India will actually go up and not go down. We could become a location from which AI-trained talent can be provided for the rest of the world.
India has a population of 1.5 billion. India wants to leverage the cheap workforce that's available over here to find its spot in the global AI race.
I think offering up the scale of our population as a carrot to attract foreign tech companies is not a pathway to anything resembling sovereignty or resilience longer term in the AI age.
Agreed.
If you just go by the markets, investors are fleeing Indian markets at the fastest pace ever. Like I think just in the first 3 months or first 4 months of this year, some 25 billion worth of investment has left the country. They are moving their money to markets like Taiwan and South Korea because those countries are either producing chips or they're producing some other hardware that's relevant for this AI race globally. India doesn't have that.
AI is almost a symbol for all of the ways in which the economy feels rigged to the everyday person.
India will become the use case capital of the world, the way things are going. But that does not mean we should do it at the cost of sovereignty.
One of the characters in the book, Gods Without Men, works with a supercomputer where they make excessive microtransactions on the stock market to the point where they basically manipulate the entire market. That's basically what's already happening in Tesco's fridge. Holy shit.
I think this kind of framing that positions us as a market for the taking for US tech giants in some ways cultivates a position for India in the supply chain that is more akin to the backroom with echoes to the BPO era.
This is a young country. There are people who are willing to experiment with what comes their way. There are people who are willing to adapt and change things quickly. If India is to become a developed country by 2047, then this is a technology which we need to adapt to our circumstances. We need to make sure that this is a technology that works in all the real sectors of the economy.
India has one unique thing which almost nobody has. That's talent at a very, very large scale. Now the challenge over there is, if you don't have enough jobs for these people, then what is the value of the scale? It's nothing.
What do you mean, what's the value of this scale? They're human beings, bro. Fuck. They're human beings. What do you mean, the value of this scale? Literally saying, come exploit our 1.5 billion. Yeah, it's stupid. How do you even say that about other human beings? Like, oh, what's the value? Human life, buddy. I hate this. I honestly, when I look at stuff like that, it just annoys the crap out of me. Okay, now we've kind of been through that AI, chips to some of the workforce is driving it. Now let's look at the energy side of it, okay? All of this AI drive needs energy. Now let's look at where people are thinking this energy is going to come from. Because, yeah, this is going to blow your fucking mind. Are you guys set? How are you all feeling? I hope you're feeling all right. It's a lot of information to take in. But hopefully you're following along. This is a lot of information. Okay, let's go. This is making new nuclear fuel for an atomic renaissance. Making new nuclear fuel for an atomic renaissance.
New follower detected. In a small town in Ohio, behind layers of
Billy
barbed wire
Hill.
fence and many
Welcome.
warnings of danger, there are about 11,000 holes in the ground. And these giant things, which are churning out an exciting new type of nuclear fuel called HALEU.
3 tablespoons of HALEU is enough to supply a typical person's entire use of electricity for their entire lifetime.
The private company behind this new fuel production wants to fill all those 11,000 holes with centrifuges. Right now, they've built 16. It's the kind of ambitious goal that only makes sense if an industry that's been on life support suddenly has a
nuclear renaissance. Nuclear renaissance. Nuclear renaissance.
Big tech is bringing nuclear power back in a big way.
President Trump has laid out a target of quadrupling the U.S.'s nuclear capacity.
We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars.
We will build a reactor a year again. We will build them across the country.
This is no longer about just electricity. It's about India's future.
China is outpacing the United States by at least a decade.
And this new fuel may be crucial to power a new wave of smaller reactors that can be deployed in more places to help power the future of technology.
Amazon and Google, meanwhile, are investing in small modular reactors.
I think in the next 6-7 years, I think you're going to see a whole bunch of small nuclear reactors.
But supplying this fuel gets tricky.
Nuclear reactors run on uranium, and it's not just uranium you dig out of the ground. They have this very complicated process where they have to enrich the uranium into nuclear fuel.
And the need for nuclear fuel is growing. By some estimates, the global uranium demand is expected to more than double by 2040.
Far and away, the biggest company involved in the nuclear fuel ecosystem is Russia's Rosatom. They control almost 50% of the capacity to enrich uranium.
But due to sanctions against Russia over its war in Ukraine, the world's uranium market is transforming. And since the nuclear ecosystem is interconnected, Western countries are being forced to rewrite their entire nuclear supply chains, from mining, conversion, enrichment, and fabrication to building all those small reactors. Success at each link could mean more than new fuel. It could grow new industries and the potential to rake in lots and lots of money. And failure wouldn't just mean these holes in the ground stay empty. It could cause a crack in nuclear confidence that could take generations to seal.
All right.
So
yeah, push that, make it in. Oh, it might be hard.
is it my nails?
Maybe. Try going sideways.
That's funny.
There you go. You're gonna drive rods in, and you're gonna try to keep that number close to that number. So go ahead. Now you're a nuclear operator.
This is a simulator of Reactor 1 at California's Diablo Canyon Power Plant. And the trainee working the
I already said hi to
joystick is a
T-minus.
Brazilian fashion model turned nuclear influencer named
gosh.
Isabel Bemeke. Or for those deeply into the nuclear energy space
Nuclear
on TikTok,
influencer,
she's known
everybody.
as Isodope.
This is a plant. No, not this one. This one. A small modular reactor.
What is my purpose?
I started making short 1-minute long videos that were very abstract, and I also try to make it very fun.
She's not alone. In the last few years, there has been a rise in so-called nukefluencers. Some critics note that this new wave of snappy, short-form social media advocacy can gloss over nuanced positions from anti-nuclear groups like Greenpeace.
We don't need nuclear energy. It's still dangerous and polluting.
But Bemeke is not your average nukefluencer. She's reportedly invested in a nuclear startup and is married to Joe Gebbia, co-founder of Airbnb and Donald Trump's chief design officer. The two have donated millions to nuclear causes. This rise in social media influence comes at the same time the
Nukefluencers, everybody. Nukefluencers. In the beginning economics classes, they try to teach you to stop thinking of people as people and their labor. Instead, they want you to use the word capital or human capital so you feel less bad about layoffs and exploitation. Yeah.
nuclear power industry and some Silicon Valley startups are pushing the Trump administration to help kickstart development. And according to her own account, Bemeke was able to provide input on draft executive orders targeting the regulation of nuclear energy. This renewed push is a major change in the trajectory of nuclear power in the United States.
San Onofre nuclear plant is shutting down for good.
Crystal River nuclear power plant now set to close for good.
Closed for good. Shut down for good?
For good.
For good.
I've been writing about nuclear energy since 2019. And when I started, pretty much the only story, especially in the US, was which one is going to close down next.
From permits to labor to concrete, building and operating a nuclear plant can cost a fortune long before it produces a single watt. And the road to operation can be unpredictable. The two newest reactors built in the US at Southern Company's Vogtle plant in Georgia came online 7 years behind schedule and more than $16 billion over budget. At the same time, solar energy has gotten much cheaper to produce and a lot more reliable to build and operate. But then all these unmarked, windowless buildings started popping up everywhere.
The big tech companies started saying, we need to build out these huge data centers for artificial intelligence. And the thing about AI is those data centers need a lot of electricity. And so they started looking at nuclear power.
Meanwhile, the operating license for California's last nuclear power plant was about to expire.
So at the same time, Diablo Canyon in California was also on the chopping block.
This time, it was a confluence of economic concerns and activism pushing against the proposed closure.
We had a giant blimp rolling through the streets.
We're on a mission to stop all emissions!
To the surprise of literally everybody. The plant is open at least until 2030.
That's not all. Other decommissioned plants are getting a new lifeline, like 3 Mile Island. Now, Constellation Energy is actively working to reopen one of its reactors under a new name,
Hey,
the
Neds.
Crane Clean Energy Center.
Changing the name, really. You cannot erase history. You cannot rebrand a nuclear disaster.
But still, global investment in nuclear energy since 2020 is estimated to be around $300 billion, with ambitious plans in Europe, North America, and Asia to revive or kickstart their nuclear energy sectors. Every step of the supply chain, from mining to enrichment to building reactors, is highly regulated and controlled, because a single misstep could be catastrophic and erode the public trust nuclear has worked decades to regain.
It's a real shift from when I came of age and everyone was worried about nuclear war, because the process of enriching uranium for nuclear fuel, same technology that they use for enriching uranium to make nuclear weapons.
It also means that turning a lump of rock like this into enough electricity to power all of this is complicated. Let's break it down. Uranium ore contains 3 unique isotopes. U-234 accounts for less than 0.01%. So let's just forget about that one. Poof. U-238, on the other hand, makes up most of it, 99.3%. But the key to nuclear energy lies within this one, lucky number U-235, meaning only about 0.7% is the fissile type of uranium. For now, this thing is basically a gamma-emitting rock. So let's turn it into fuel.
You need to first convert the ore into yellow cake, distinguished by its color and fluffy composition similar to cake.
That stuff is then sent to a conversion facility where it's converted into this gas, uranium hexafluoride.
Yeah, exactly, Michi.
To make the fuel, you take the gas for a spin in a centrifuge. Inside the whirlwind, the lighter U-235 atoms slowly separate from the heavier U-238 ones.
So they go through the centrifuges until the U-235 is at about a 5% concentration.
If you keep things cooking for longer, you'll reach weapons grade, which is 90% or more.
And that's really tightly regulated.
So let's take it out before then.
That uranium hexafluoride gas is sent to another facility where it can be turned into metallic form.
And then pressed into pellets, each about the size of a gummy bear. Then stacked into rods and loaded into nuclear reactor cores. This is where we finally get energy through the form of nuclear fission. U-235 isotopes split, which makes heat, which boils water, which shoots through a turbine, which makes energy. It's like activating a secret Rube Goldberg machine every time.
The crazy thing is, in this documentary, you're gonna see how this industry, got its life back, a new lease on life. It's the craziest thing. It's AI again. It's insane.
Time you turn on the AC. Oh, there's also the matter of radioactive nuclear waste, which we'll put off to deal with later, just like the real thing.
That's not funny.
For companies chasing the next big uranium boom, every link in this chain looks like an opportunity, starting from the ground up.
Now this sound going off is telling us we're seeing lots of counts per second here, very high counts per second at 65,000 plus. Now that is some high-scale, high-grade uranium mineralization.
Rook I is an underground uranium mining project from NextGen, targeting the Arrow deposit in Saskatchewan's Athabasca Basin.
The Arrow deposit is the world's largest, highest-grade uranium mining project, and we'll be producing approximately 20 to 25% of the world's mine supply.
It hasn't begun production yet, but if you want to check out the site, Lee Courier, the founder and CEO of NextGen, is happy to give you directions.
It's 700 kilometres north-northwest of Saskatoon, 155 kilometres north of the nearest municipal and reservation of La Loche and the Clearwater River Dene Nation.
But even if you're lucky enough to find an underground treasure trove of uranium ore, you can't just grab a shovel and start digging it up. First, you need to raise a lot of capital. Rook 1, for example, costs around $1.5 billion. And then there's the paperwork, like licenses and permits and sign-offs from surrounding indigenous communities, which make up around 13% of Athabasca County.
You're looking basically from discovery of Arrow to likely first pound of production, 20 plus years.
But even before entering the construction phase, NextGen is already negotiating deals with utilities in the US, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East.
Remember, guys, all of this activity around uranium, all of these different materials is all because China, they're realizing how much of an advantage China has in all of this. And they're all trying to catch up. And that's the game right now. It's all about catching up.
Pulling uranium from the Earth is no small feat or small expense. But the real challenge begins when you try to separate those pesky U-235 isotopes. Uranium enrichment is also one of the most tightly controlled, capital-intensive processes on Earth. It's chemistry, physics, and geopolitics all in one spin cycle. This should look familiar.
We assemble the centrifuges behind us, then we take them down this transfer corridor.
And you got these massive doors?
Yes, we call them King Kong doors.
The speed demon behind the wheel is Matt Snyder, a former mechanic in the nuclear navy and a 15-year veteran at Centrus, the only US company licensed to make HALEU, a concentrated type of nuclear fuel.
They've got this enormous facility with 16 centrifuges running and then holes in the ground where they're gonna have the rest.
They plan to jam-pack this place with 11,000 centrifuges so they can scale up their HALEU production to power a future market of new nuclear reactors.
It really struck me how this is starting to happen, but it's not here yet.
Standard nuclear fuel is called low-enriched uranium, or LEU, and has a U-235 enrichment concentration of 3 to 5%. HALEU is more potent. It's about 20%.
3 tablespoons of HALEU is enough to supply a typical person's entire use of electricity for their entire lifetime.
Right now, only Russia and China are making HALEU at commercial scale.
There you go. Yep. This is why. Because the West has fallen behind in such a big way. We're gonna learn about how far behind the West has fallen. In terms of this sort of technology after this.
So if we were to expand our operations with those 11,000 machines, that's enough to meet the demand left by the Russian sanctions.
The US Department of Energy awarded Centrus, along with 2 other fuel makers, $900 million. But the centrifuge forest won't grow overnight.
With appropriate funding, we expect our full capacity plant to be built within the next 6 to 7 years.
How long does it take to enrich the uranium next to more?
I can't go into that.
Because centrifuges can also make weapons-grade fuel, many topics around the technology are classified.
I can't really comment.
I can't answer that.
I can't talk about that.
Can't really comment.
So let me try to get into this next part without revealing any national security secrets. Betting on HALEU also means betting on the next generation reactors that plan to use it, like many SMRs, small modular reactors, that can be built in factories, shipped, and assembled on site.
If you are looking...
I'm like jumping the gun as usual. I think she said $300 billion. Interesting counterpoint. Renewable energy investment hit $2.2 trillion in 2025, representing roughly 2/3 of all global energy spending.
At some of the more ambitious SMR ideas, like placing small reactors in the wilds of northern Canada to supply power for remote towns, you want to use HALEU, as the thinking goes, so that the number of refueling trips out can be reduced, and that therefore would drive down the cost of operation.
We'll get into the economics of SMRs a bit later, though. Hang tight.
It's a chicken and an egg problem. They can't have the fuel unless there's demand. But there's no demand until they have reactors. But
Yeah.
they don't want to build the reactors unless they know that there's going to be fuel. You can see where I'm going here.
The chicken and egg problem is being solved at a small scale right now. Urenco has committed to invest in new HALEU production. Orano in France has as well. The next stage is whether there are enough companies that can go beyond a first-of-a-kind SMR model and actually begin serial production.
One company outside of Seattle is looking to become that first SMR chicken, or SMR egg, or whichever one comes next.
Do I have an opinion on Count Binface versus Farage? Yeah, I hope Count Binface wins. I hope Count Binface wins and changes the scope of UK politics.
TerraPower is a nuclear technology company founded by Bill Gates in 2008. Their first SMR, called Natrium, is currently under construction in Kemerera, Wyoming. If all goes to plan, it could...
I don't know what Count Binface's opinion on the genocide in Gaza is, though. I've never heard it, so I can't tell you. I know that Andy Burnham made his go at trying to explain, but he couldn't fucking say genocide. He couldn't say war crimes. He couldn't say anything. So, you know, fuck Andy Burnham too.
Could be the first SMR to go online in the US.
If you looked at the 90-plus reactors that are operating in the US today, or the 400 around the world, they were born and designed in slide rule space, in the space of paper drawings. But our reactors started their development in an advanced computing environment.
The CEO
Count Binface does have a chance, yes.
of TerraPower, Chris Levesque, has spent 30 years in the nuclear industry, beginning his career as an officer in the nuclear navy.
Sorry, with the background noise, I'm having a little hard time hearing you, yeah.
Oh, sorry, was just giving you a quick introduction.
Part of the reason I have trouble hearing is I've spent too much time in engine rooms, in submarines. But,
Yes,
you know, Bill
I'll just give it to
knew he wanted to work on the next form of fission, you know, which for us is our Natrium reactor.
Natrium outputs around a third of the electricity of a standard nuclear reactor, or more when it taps into its molten salt storage tank, otherwise known as Energy Island, which sort of acts like a thermal
There you go,
battery.
Cicero. It's in the chat.
Each generation of reactor is built on the lessons of the past. Reactors from the 1950s and 1960s
Hey,
are
dear.
often called Gen 1 reactors. Many were small, unreliable, and had a number of design flaws, like inadequate or non-existing containment structures, inefficient fuel management, and a heavy dependence on manual control. Next came Gen 2 reactors, built between the 1970s and the 1990s. They were more efficient and built for commercial scale and global deployment. Gen 2 featured safety upgrades like automated emergency shutdown mechanisms, but equipment failure and human error led to accidents at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania and Chernobyl in the USSR. Reactors from the 1990s and beyond are called Gen 3 and feature simplified designs, better fuel efficiency, and improved safety systems.
The next generation of nuclear power plants, there's going to be Gen 3 Plus. And what that is pretty much a smaller version of what we've got now. After Gen 3 Plus is going to come Gen 4. Those are different. There's a lot of different designs people are working with. There's different cooling materials. They use different fuels like HALEU. But Gen 3 Plus and Gen 4, they're all generally what we call SMRs. That's a small modular reactor.
Some experts estimate that SMRs will be less expensive per kilowatt than their predecessors, while others argue that first-of-a-kind risks, high maintenance
Tell me about
requirements,
it,
and regulatory hurdles will ultimately make them more costly.
Large nuclear reactors have been optimized over decades
Bring on the
to
thorium.
bring down the cost of generating electricity. And because SMRs are smaller, the amount of energy that they will be able to generate inside of their machines will be smaller on a per kilowatt hour basis, meaning the economics will be challenging. Obviously, SMRs imply there's going to be more nuclear reactors at more sites, which means more regulation, more people to operate them. Those are all things that raise the cost of SMRs potentially.
Another hurdle with SMRs is there are a lot of different design ideas, but they won't all survive nuclear selection.
The amount of SMR designs has grown to about 127 today from just about 80 a few years ago.
Natrium was initially slated to go online in 2028. However, the company was delayed 2 years due to a lack of HALEU, but they found a solution.
That new source for the first core load is going to be a company called ASP in South Africa. It's a US NASDAQ-listed company, but the enrichment operations will occur in South Africa.
So far, TerraPower says it has received $2 billion from the US DOE and raised another $1.4 billion in private capital.
I grew up in New Hampshire, where Seabrook Nuclear Station was being built when I was growing up. And, you know, my parents, who lived paycheck to paycheck, on their electric bill, they had something called the Seabrook surcharge. So the ratepayers were literally paying for the capex of that first nuclear plant. That's not going to work in the US today.
So rather than ratepayers subsidizing utilities reactors, a new shift could see private capital footing that massive bill, including the influx of tech investment, which could take financial burden off of taxpayers while putting control of the country's nuclear power in the hands of the private sector.
Yeah, that's exactly what you guys need. That's exactly what we as a global population need, is the private sector having control of nuclear power. Great.
In addition to
Brilliant.
Wyoming, TerraPower says it's also signed preliminary agreements with utilities in Utah, Kansas, and the UK. And many other SMRs in both the US and Europe are in promising stages of development. Still, there's a hidden cost that comes with hundreds of small reactors being deployed around the world. Just like larger reactors, SMRs create radioactive material when the fuel becomes depleted. More SMRs deployed globally means more nuclear waste piling up in temporary storage around the world. And currently, there's no long-term solution for where to put the stuff.
If you go to any nuclear power plant, if you go out back, you're going to see these giant steel and concrete casks. And inside them is the spent fuel rods. And those things are deadly. They'll be deadly for 1,000 years.
Some SMR developers claim their reactors will eventually recycle up to 96% of their spent fuel. But even a little bit of nuclear waste exposure could do irreparable harm to the ecosystem, water supply, food chain, and cause long-term health effects. And ironically, many SMRs, due to their compact designs, could actually produce more nuclear waste per unit of electricity than their larger reactor counterparts.
Great.
In Europe and the US, they have got to relearn some of the skills that have been atrophying over the past decades, but there's no reason that they cannot overcome the challenge. Whether nuclear power is going to increase from 20% of generation in the US to 30% or 40% of generation in the future is largely a function of other technologies. It's a function of whether gas frackers are going to be willing to forego market share of their product. It's going to be a function of whether we find new ways of making cheap batteries to store wind or solar power.
It's going to take a few years, but by the early 2030s, I'm pretty confident we're going to have more nuclear power plants and more different nuclear technologies in operation.
There's real momentum behind nuclear right now. Money, attention, ambition, social media influence. But this is an industry that moves famously slow, with enormous bills that pile fast. And if the newly forming uranium supply chain begins to topple, the whole nuclear renaissance could collapse. So for all its promise, the path to true energy independence remains anything but certain.
So, to solve the energy deficit, which we are going to be facing due to AI, nuclear is one of those. Now we're going to go into another piece here called Inside the Effort to Disrupt China's Grip on EV Batteries. This is where it gets kind of exciting. And then after that, we are going to go through... Actually, no, we'll do the energy grid first because of AI. how the electrical grid is being rebuilt for AI, I think is a really good place to start. And then we'll go into the batteries one. Okay. So this next one, another one from Bloomberg Originals, is how the electric grid is being rebuilt for AI. An interesting take. Cheap batteries, just use flywheels. They are very efficient and don't need much in terms of materials.
The world's largest machine is so big it can be seen from space. In fact, it covers huge areas of the Earth's surface. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. Give me the other side. There we go.
Our lives depend on
This narrator is a little cheeky.
electricity, if you haven't noticed already. And all of that electricity in almost all parts of the world is delivered to you by the grid. The world's biggest, most complicated machine ever built. And if you start to notice the grid, you'll see it everywhere. But it is so everywhere that people just kind of forget it.
For a long time, rich countries haven't had to think about their grids all that much. Their electricity demand has been pretty much flat since the 2000s. But times are changing.
The explosive growth of AI, the rapid build out of data centers.
The explosive growth of AI sounds like one of two things. It sounds like explosive diarrhea, or the way aliens in the movie Aliens burst out of people's chests.
Consuming enormous amounts of energy.
You have 4 companies now that are intending to spend over $300 billion this year.
With industries like AI and EVs growing fast, the world is predicted to use twice as much electricity by 2050. That's roughly a whole new USA's worth of electricity every 5 years. To make all that power and get it to where it needs to go, the world's grids need to evolve. All that new infrastructure will cost billions of dollars. But so did broadband internet, and that's ended up creating trillions of dollars of value. And some countries' grids are evolving faster than others.
In China, power generation has gone up 7 times since 2000. The battle to build the best grid is a battle to win the future.
And with more power comes more opportunities. New ideas and technologies are in the works to massively upgrade the world's wiring.
It's spinning round at 1,500 RPM.
Can it all happen fast enough to power the future? The answer is going to get a bit nerdy and technical. But we're all nerds here, right? Okay, good.
What did you call me? Mother trucker?
Right, the show's called Primer. So here's a quick primer on the grid.
So a typical grid structure looks like a large power plant somewhere, typically far away from where you are, that is generating power. Could be nuclear, could be gas, could be hydro, could be solar these days. And then a long series of transmission lines, a substation that makes sure that the electricity is distributed to you in just the exact form as you need it. And then it is consumed as charging a laptop or running a motor inside a factory.
These days, the grid is pretty much everywhere. String out all the world's transmission cables end to end, and they'd stretch 42 million miles. That's almost halfway to the sun. And all the parts of this massive system have to work together in perfect harmony. A sudden imbalance, say a large power plant switching off without warning, can easily throw the whole system out of whack, or even... Well, more on that later. But most of the time, the grid works just fine, powering our lives and helping our economies grow.
So there is a direct relationship between how much energy an economy consumes and how much economic output results. The richer you are, the more electricity you consume, the bigger your grid. And the bigger your grid, the more electricity you consume, the richer you become.
That feedback loop has been going strong since the early 20th century, when electricity...
By the way, just so we're clear on this, yesterday we looked at this. before my son, in a really cute way, came and asked me to go to bed. But this is where we were yesterday. You know, this is the United States. This is the UK. You have India. What other countries did we have? We had the Philippines. We had the Philippines, etc., right? Like, look at the energy consumption in Asia at the moment, and look at the United Kingdom. It's actually going downwards. So, yeah, AI is going to bring this back up. But look at these countries already. This is growth. What this tells you is how much growth is happening in these countries. It's just so huge. It also shows you how inequitable the world has been for so long. Look at the energy consumption in 1965 in America, 14,400 terawatts, and you have 26,000 terawatts in 2024. Look at India, for example, in 1965. 616 terawatts. Philippines, 62 terawatts. China, 1,532 terawatts. Now, they are consuming more power than the West. They're consuming power at a rate higher than the West. So India is now consuming 11,276. Look at China. China is at 48,000 terawatts. So these countries are all on a high growth phase, whereas the West is now starting to taper off. The inequities have been so huge for so long, honestly.
Started to become a major energy source. Suddenly, all you needed to bring energy into your home or business was a wire. In 1910, just 14% of US homes had electricity. By 1930, it was 70%. Companies like GE sold millions of fridges and TVs, and the grid grew fast. But things started to change in the 1970s, when, thanks to the oil crisis, energy started getting more expensive.
So that's when the first big movements in energy efficiency began, with major energy efficiency programs run by electric utilities.
That's Rich Miller, a former VP of Con Edison, New York City's power company.
Con Edison changed its slogan as a company in the 1970s from dig we must to save a watt. So, you know, a great example of how everything changed during that time period.
At the same time, rich countries started doing less manufacturing and more office work, which used less energy.
By the early 2000s, we really began to see some flattening of electric growth.
In fact, in Western economies, for the last 2 decades, electricity demand was either flat or declining.
So the grid, which had been growing non-stop for 100 years, suddenly didn't have to grow anymore. And that was kind of nice while it lasted. GDP kept growing while we used the same amount of electricity. But lately, energy demand isn't looking so flat anymore.
Now we're actually beginning to see a growth in demand and consumption again. It really is a 3-part contributor.
It's moving from gasoline cars to electric cars, moving from oil furnaces and gas boilers to heat pumps, and of course, the growth of artificial intelligence, which is powered by data centers that consume a lot of electricity.
Those industries could add a lot of economic growth, but they absolutely guzzle electricity. According to one estimate, AI could boost the global economy as much as 15% over the next decade, but it could also use as much power as the entire country of Japan by 2030.
So meeting all that new electricity demand requires the entire grid to become bigger.
Hello, mate. Welcome, Candace. How are you?
And because it's the first time it's happening
I'm good,
in
thank
3
you.
decades, the industry has been
I'm well.
caught, I don't want to say it, with its pants down.
If an industry doesn't build something for a while, it tends to have a hard time starting up again. Supply chains atrophy, infrastructure becomes outdated and run down, and workforces dwindle and age out. That's what's happening with electric grids in many Western countries. But elsewhere in the world, some countries have their pants very much on.
China's been building its grid in real time. It's basically gone nonstop since the 1990s. So they still have a heavily, employed, skilled labor pool that they can pull from. And they have a supply chain that's mature and ready to grow as the needs are growing.
So this is a lot of what's happening, right? The West deindustrialized. The growth has really tapered off, and now I think we're getting into a moment in time where we could see the West start to shrink, not grow. And it's just, I don't think the West is ready for the high scale of development that will need to happen. And in a world like this, India becoming the back office is an absolute tragedy, honestly. Such a tragedy that India has resigned itself to become the back office of the world. What the fuck, bro?
All that's been happening because it's had to. China does a lot of the manufacturing that Western countries mostly stopped doing, and the grid has had to keep up.
In China, you still have pretty rapid economic growth. A bad year here is 5% growth, which is much higher than you normally see in developed economies like the US and Europe. And so whereas the US has barely seen an uptick in power generation, in China, power generation has gone up 7 times since 2000. I moved to China 29 years ago, and the difference between now and then is just palpable. I used to drive on my way to school, and we'd pass people living in huts and hovels. Now, in a city like Shanghai or Beijing, there's brightly lit skyscrapers.
Energy is destiny. It decides whether your country has enough capability to do the things it wants.
And the countries that can't power new industries, like AI and EVs, just won't have as much of those new industries.
And so, if as a country you're not able to build out the grid, you lose out on being a competitive economy in the 21st century.
For the rest of the world, keeping pace with China's fast-growing grid isn't going to be easy. But the grid of the future isn't necessarily going to look like the grid of the past. New technologies to move electricity could be the key to getting ahead. Especially for CEOs who can nail the photo shoot.
Jesus.
All right, give me a real casual lean. Give me the elbow lean.
This guy just needs to be bald, honestly. Look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this strand of hair over here. A couple of strands hanging in there. Imagine this guy is combing his hair in the morning. And he's just having a go at that. Those few, streaks. Come on, bro. Have some self-respect. Just go bald. He's hanging on to the past. Look at this area here. It's gone. There's nothing left. He's just let's just hang on to these. He uses gel. He does. He does. He thinks he's hot.
My name is Tim Heidel. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Veer. Veer's building a new generation
Sorry, Michi, I can't
superconducting
show.
power delivery hardware.
TikTok will
Here at Veer,
mess with my account.
liquid nitrogen is steaming. Machinists are machining, and a whole new way of moving electrons is being commercialized.
Expanding the grid is far too slow to meet the challenge that we're going to see in the decades to come. We need new technologies and new approaches. We think superconducting transmission lines can play an enormous role. We can build lines that have a lot more capacity than what you've been able to build in the past.
So what is a superconducting cable? See, your typical power cable is made of a good conductor, a material that
We can
electric current
imagine
can
it.
pass through without a lot of resistance. The more resistance, the more energy gets lost along the way. Plastic has a lot of resistance, making it a bad conductor. That's why it's used for insulation. Copper
Kia ora,
and
the day room.
aluminum have
Hey,
low
Panda Pie.
resistance,
How are you?
making them pretty good conductors. So we use them for most power cables today. Veer's cables, on the other hand, are made of this stuff.
Probably takes longer than I do to style mine.
So I'm holding here a sample of
Hey,
the
melatonin.
superconducting material. It's a really special class of materials that in certain operating conditions no longer have resistance. So when you can operate a material
vive
that
la
doesn't
resistance.
have resistance, we
Good,
can
thank you,
carry a
Panda
lot
Pie.
more power in a very, very compact space.
Cables that can carry more power could be a big upgrade for the grid, helping move a lot of electricity to the data center.
Something looks different. Now, I've just turned one of the lights off. Because it's learning day today, I didn't want to have like a bright red light there. So I've just turned one of the lights off. That's why it looks different. It's just darker.
Homes and EV chargers that need it. They could also mean we don't have to build as much new infrastructure, since one superconducting cable could carry as much power as several conventional cables. But first, Veer needs to figure some things out, like how to keep its cables extremely cold.
Yeah, so the cable, we have it in this test bed full of liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen is like 77 Kelvin, which is very cold.
In fact, it's somewhere between the temperature of space and the dark side of the moon. The cable's got to be that cold to get into its superconducting state, so it can carry insane amounts of power.
Essentially, we use these large power supplies to put a lot of current into our superconducting cables. We're in like a pretty large building, and that draws almost all the power from the building. We have to like watch that the machine shop isn't using something powerful at the same time, so we don't overload the grid.
You know when nerds sometimes explain something to you like that to them seems like completely OP, and then they say it, and then they pause and wait for you to understand what they've said. And then you're like, okay, bro, what the fuck does that mean? You know? I do that too. It's like, oh, this thing does X amount of blah, 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 whatever to Amber. And Amber's like, okay, so what? It's so disheartening, man. It's so disheartening. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
When we visited Veer in 2025, the company was starting to produce 10-meter-long sections of its cables on this assembly line. Is this thing on?
We're going extremely slow. Typically takes about 2 weeks to make a cable. In normal cable manufacturing, you can't even see the real spinning. It's spinning so fast. A lot of the manual things we're doing right now are going to be automated. And yeah, it will be a much faster process.
Do you think about a future of these cables stretching across America, stretching across the world?
I hope so. I really hope so.
Veer has raised a little over $100 million so far from investors including Microsoft, and it says it aims to have its first cables on the grid within a couple of years. But none of this is easy or cheap. The system needs vacuum tubes and a continuous supply of liquid nitrogen, which could add a price premium over conventional cables. And there's another issue. Veer's potential customer...
He's like, I hope AI doesn't take my job, actually. Fuck. So real. So real.
Customers, electric utilities, aren't known for their high-tech risk-taking.
Oh, shit.
It just can't be denied that utilities are conservative businesses. When you're worried about providing power 100% of the time, you're going to be very cautious about trying something new.
I don't know we'll ever see superconductors be the only choice in this field, but I expect that the power density that they can achieve will allow them to increasingly dominate conversations around future transmission systems.
So, will better cables moving more energy be enough to power the future? Well, even with better hardware, we still have to keep the grid stable. And lately, that's been getting harder.
Estaba yo como un día cualquiera, abriendo el local un poquito, haciendo la caja, todo con normalidad, y de repente en un momento
And suddenly all the lights went out.
Large parts of Spain and Portugal have been hit by a power outage. Tens of millions of people now who are experiencing a total blackout.
Me llamó la atención que de momento los
I noticed the traffic lights weren't working.
Y de repente pues vi todo el mundo
Suddenly
salir a la
everyone
calle.
was coming out into the streets.
It was the worst blackout in Europe's modern history, and it left millions of people in the dark. There were hundreds of people stuck in metros, in trains. Shops and supermarkets couldn't operate because payment systems were down. Spain's largest bank, La Caixa, calculated that 400 million euros were wiped out of the Spanish economy.
For most, life without electricity was merely inconvenient, or an excuse to party. And within about 18 hours, the power was back. But a blackout of this scale usually points to a larger problem. And this one has raised concerns about the very structure of the modern grid.
For now, what we know is that there was instability coming from some solar farms in southern Spain.
Spain has added a lot of solar power in recent years because, well, solar has a lot of advantages for a grid. It's clean, cheap, and versatile, and as a result, it's growing exponentially, helping grids to keep up with rising power demand.
Everyone loves the word exponentially. I feel like business people use that word way too fucking much.
But solar does seem to have played some role in the Spanish blackout. Not the sheep, though. The sheep are innocent.
A lot of people blamed renewables for the Spanish situation, but renewables did exactly what they were told to do, exactly what it said on the tin. You know, when you look back, it was a perfectly foreseeable car crash.
Guy Nicholson works for European power company Statkraft. And inside this building, Guy's got a machine that he says could help prevent Spain-style blackouts.
So this is a synchronous compensator.
Sorry, sinuous coffee maker.
Synchronous compensator.
What was it? Syllabus commentator?
A synchronous compensator. An electrical machine. It weighs 100 tons. It's spinning round at 1,500 RPM, as you can see.
To understand why renewables can make problems for the grid and how this big spinny thing can help solve them, we need to dive a little deeper into the grid's inner workings.
Exponential and unprecedented, yeah. The
For
sheep
the
are
grid to
innocent.
work properly, it has to be in perfect balance. The amount of electricity being made has to match the amount being consumed, second by second. If so, the voltage remains stable and everybody's happy. If not, the voltage can spike and the different parts of the grid start to disconnect to avoid being damaged.
Yeah, they explain it here.
It starts with something falling over. That causes the next thing to fall over. That causes the next thing. And you get this kind of domino effect where the whole grid goes down.
I'm sorry. Do that again. Just say that one more time, please.
And everybody's happy. If not, the voltage can spike and the different parts of the grid start to disconnect to avoid being damaged.
It starts with something falling over. That causes the next thing to fall over. That causes the next thing. And you get this kind of domino effect where the whole grid goes down.
Thank you.
Now, if the system failed every time there was the slightest imbalance, we'd have blackouts every day. Fortunately, the grid has a saving grace: inertia.
It goes right the way back to Isaac Newton and the first laws of motion. A thing that is in motion will remain in motion unless there is a force that acts against it. That property, which I am sure even if you've forgotten, you all studied in high school, is called inertia. So when you have an object like a 100-ton spinning turbine, it will continue spinning at that same rotation regardless of what's happening on the grid.
And these spinning devices can be found in any traditional power plant. They're the machines that actually make the electricity.
Coal, gas, nuclear, hydro, all these have big spinning, rotating generators. And those machines have a lot of inertia, a lot of spinning mass.
I can't share screen because TikTok will restrict my live. If you want to watch along with us, head to Twitch.
That inertia is like a little extra energy that the grid can tap in case of emergency.
So say...
Personally, here's what I think the world is going to need. A grid upgrade sooner or later. Fuck AI and fuck data centers. But people the world over are going to need a way to run air conditioning just so they don't die of heat-related illnesses resulting from climate change and global warming. Just my 2 cents. Also, very interesting video. Yeah, you love the new gray background? Really? Does this look better than with the red light? Yeah, you're gonna see how Africa is struggling along right now. Like all of these grid related questions, like when you look at Africa and how it's working, it's sad.
Suddenly a power plant goes down, so you don't have supply and demand imbalance. The spinning device notices that something's gone wrong on the grid and uses the inertia that's been built up to inject just the right amount of power to keep the grid stable. In that instant, it loses a little bit of its rotational speed and turns that energy into the electricity that the grid needs.
And for most of the grid's history, this worked just fine.
But what's happening now on the modern grid is that you're adding things like solar that have no spinning devices in
Duck City, welcome.
Solar panels convert sunlight directly into electricity, meaning no spinning generator and no inertia.
And
I'm in Johannesburg and got a power outage right now. Oh shit, Flashpoint.
In the past 5 years, Spain has tripled the amount of solar it has added on the grid.
So when a couple of solar plants suddenly went offline, there wasn't enough inertia to restore the balance and... lights out.
As we get more renewables on the grid, we are going to need inertia. We at Statkraft were very much thinking about this problem.
Which brings us back to the silly mush cogitator.
Synchronous compensator.
Sorry, a synchronous compensator. It's just like a spinning device you'd find in a coal or gas plant.
You were right, Blue.
But without the coal or gas. Add enough of these, and your grid will have all the inertia it needs, even with no fossil fuel power.
It's providing inertia to the grid, enabling the grid to run with more renewables. What we hear on the grapevine is Spain is possibly going to do similar things.
Almost immediately after the blackout happened, the parliament passed regulations that would allow for more types of devices, like synchronous compensators, to participate in stabilizing the grid.
Making the necessary upgrades won't be cheap for Spain. But they'll probably result in more reliable and abundant electricity, exactly what rich countries need to keep up with rising demand. But of course, not all countries have the money to make these kinds of investments, and as a result, their grids have lagged behind. Sub-Saharan Africa has more people without electricity than any other region on Earth, about 565 million. Grids are often limited to urban areas, leaving large rural areas in the dark. But grids are growing here too, just a different kind of grid.
It's just cheaper these days to build out a local mini-grid. They are called mini because they are really much smaller than what typical grids are.
Where a traditional grid can cover thousands of square miles, a mini-grid typically serves a much smaller area, like a small island or a village. This Nigerian village is beyond the reach of the main grid, creating an opportunity for private companies to bring electricity piecemeal.
So I think the other thing that I want you all to understand is what graphs like this show is what privilege looks like, right? I think a graph like this, energy generation, is such a good measure of the privilege countries have had for so long on the back of stealing wealth and labor from the global south. Like, you're talking about 1965, guys. 1965, when the West had the same amount of power being generated as they do today, the global south, countries in the global south had like nothing. We're talking about very small amounts of energy being generated in these places. That isn't because
you follower detective.
That isn't just because, you know, oh, they have lower IQs. Okay, they were being looted and they were being underdeveloped or being kept underdeveloped by the West on purpose because it was easier to continue to move wealth from the global south to the West. It's the graphs like this of energy usage of the West versus the global south shows you this. This is what privilege is. Privilege is having all of these different, like electricity has been a privilege for so long of the West, while the global south has lived in darkness. There's a story in this next thing. There's a story in this. Listen carefully, and I'll come back to this point.
Averagely, Mini-Grid serves about 400 community members.
Husk Power has installed dozens of solar mini-grids across Nigeria.
Our mini-grids runs for 24 hours. Households use our electricity to power up their appliances like fans, TVs. Children can now come back home and do their homework at night.
That point. Children can now, this documentary was made a month ago. Children can now come back home and do their homework at night. Just think about that for a second. Before this mini grid went up, children couldn't do their homework when it got dark. Right? This is what I mean when I say privilege. When I talk about white privilege in particular, this is what I mean. These are things you just don't think about. These problems are being solved now in 2026. These rural areas where there are millions of people, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people in the world live in these sorts of areas. Their lives are just being transformed now so they can do homework. Kids can do homework at night. It's the most astonishing world we live in, where these inequities are just not addressed. And remember, all of these countries with these sorts of things have football players, they have tennis players, they have scientists, they have all of these people who just don't have the same level of privilege that kids in the West do. And yet, still, from this environment, you get the cream rising to the top. Even in this environment, you get geniuses. You get all of... It's a missed opportunity to not provide the same level or to provide equitable outcomes for these people, because the world misses out. It is a huge downside for the world by not giving these people, by restricting through capitalism the ability for these countries and these people to have the same level of privileges that other countries have, that the West has. I thought that line got me, because I can understand now, right, what privilege really is.
Electricity helps local businesses too, by powering all manner of machines that help residents earn more income, like this rice milling machine. All right, it might be a far cry from a multi-billion-dollar data center, but every grid has to start somewhere.
The real tragedy of it is whenever you explain this point to white supremacists or these, pro-Western scumbags, they will always say, oh, it's because African people are, lower IQ, or Asian people have lower IQ than white people, or, well, it's their fault they haven't developed. They'll never acknowledge that these people have been looted and extracted from, or looted and extracted from for hundreds of years by the West. They'll never acknowledge it. And that's the problem in our world. And Western leaders are the same. They'll never acknowledge that they've done this. It's fucking crazy, guys. It's so crazy that this is the world we live in. And yet you have so many people, so many capitalists talking about how advanced places are, when there are people so close to all of us who can't even do homework at night. It's insane. I've lived without power for about 8 months last year. A place I was living at where my little brother still doesn't have power. To think there are kids out there my brother's age who has never even had power in the first place, that is mind-blowing. And thank you for pointing it out to those of us with privilege in Western countries. Yes.
In the US in the 1930s, the government spent billions electrifying rural areas, extending the grid across the continent and helping the US to become the richest country on earth.
So I also want to indicate something, right? Like India here, 1965, right? My dad was born in 1954. My father was born in 1954. We moved to Aotearoa, New Zealand in 1996. Okay, look at this. Where's New Zealand? One sec. Let's look at New Zealand. New Zealand isn't here by itself, so it will be part of Oceania, maybe? What? Why is New Zealand not here? Oh, maybe it's up here? Oh, there it is. So look at New Zealand. New Zealand has had so when we moved to New Zealand basically was generating the most amount of electricity or the amount of electricity it's generating today. Okay? The time we moved here, it's generating almost the same amount. Look at India, bro. Look at when my father was I still remember this, by the way, and I was still young, but we used to have a power outage for 2 hours a day. Every day. Every day there was a power outage in India. There still is, I think. Every day to protect the grid. And that was what? In 1996 when we got here, that same year, we were still experiencing that in India. Right? Just the privilege the West has had for so fucking long. And when you think about all of that, it's like, oh, don't you think that gave all of these fucking kids in the West a head start? Like just being able to have electricity so that they could work or at least do things even when it was at nighttime, all on the backs of extracting wealth and mass murder of people in these other countries that are just catching up.
In Africa, a similar project is starting. A program called Mission 300, backed by the World Bank, aims to invest billions of dollars to get electricity to 300 million Africans by 2030. If all goes to plan, in a few decades, Africa's grids might not be so mini anymore.
So You may start with a bunch of mini grids in Nigerian villages,
Exactly,
which are
AI
then
collector.
slowly interconnected into a grid.
If every citizen has access to electricity, right, businesses will prosper, the unemployment rate in the nation will reduce, people will come up and do things for themselves, and life as a whole will be better.
Absolutely.
As technologies change and economies grow, the world's grids are evolving in different ways, and it's not yet clear which approach will lead to the greatest returns. But there's little question that the grid will keep growing and powering modern life for a long time to come.
It's always hard to tell and predict what those next big steps are going to be, but the grid is never going to go away.
The world has clearly hit an inflection point when it comes to energy. All these new demand sources are going to require more and more power.
The grid isn't particularly glamorous, and it's a big job keeping it going. But where there's grid, there's often growth. And that's a pretty good incentive to make the grid of the future the best that it can be.
Thanks for streaming. We need more voices speaking out about white supremacy and the continual exploitation. Oh, yeah. This is, I could spend days literally just talking about this. Now we're going to go to the final piece of this live. So I've constructed this live today. I wanted to talk about this because I feel like the whole AI journey and the current state of our world in order to like meet this demand is at odds. So I wanted to take you guys through this journey a little bit, and hopefully at the end of this we'll all have a better understanding of where we are as a world in terms of the demand and supply when it comes to not just AI but the electrification of the world, right? And this is the last one I've got lined up in this series. I think this is a really cool sort of hopeful view of how the multipolar future that we are all heading towards. And that is inside the effort to disrupt China's grip on EV batteries. I think it shows where the West is really struggling and how the world is going to become more equitable for all, but it is, you know, a couple of decades away. I would say 2 to 3 decades away for it to truly become something, some sort of world where we can start to coexist in some level of peace and liberation, right? So I think this is a really nice way to end this live, this last one. It's called Inside the Effort to Disrupt China's Grip on EV Batteries, another Bloomberg primer.
This is a Sony Handycam. And about 3 decades ago, it featured an upgrade that changed the world. It wasn't the screen or the viewfinder, and it didn't replace this thing. It was the battery. The lithium-ion battery, to be exact, which was lighter and more powerful. And it was about to set off a massive change in consumer technology.
Suddenly, Sony had in its hand this product that was selling like...
I think the best thing that can happen now is the global south skip dirty fuels and have an opportunity to utilize China's cheap solar components and systems. Yeah, I think that's where this story is heading, and it's looking like that, honestly.
Like hotcakes that it wanted to put not just in the one camcorder, but in every device it could find.
Over time, the price of batteries went down, and the power they packed went up.
And what we know from Wright's law is that the more you make something, the cheaper you can make it.
Fast forward to the 2020s, and batteries had improved in power and cost so much that they helped kick off another electronic revolution. This time, in automobiles. Now, just like with consumer electronics, batteries are helping make EVs more affordable, driving adoption around the world.
You're not driving a car, you're driving a battery. And China right now is the leader in batteries.
China's EVs are already cheaper on average than similar gas cars. And it's no surprise that 4 of the top 5 battery makers in the world are located here. Also, one of them, BYD, has been jockeying with Tesla for years for the title of the world's biggest EV maker. All that success means lots of competition at home, propelling China to look outward for expansion. And while some big markets like the US and the EU have resisted China's cheaper EVs, many emerging markets have brought them in.
They're kind of upsetting the chessboard of global power. No pun intended. Sorry.
That's okay. I love a pun. China's dominance in global lithium-ion has sparked companies worldwide to recharge their own efforts in battery technology, from new chemistry to production techniques, in an effort to disrupt the status quo. And with great power comes, well, a great opportunity for profit.
It sounds like distant thunder. It feels like the sound of money.
Even with these tariffs in Europe, I'm seeing more and more Chinese EVs. Yeah, it's crazy. I think, I think the West is just so underprepared for what's about to come. In terms of this, I think the West is going to continue to tariff Chinese vehicles and Asian production. Really, it's going to be heavily tariffed. It's not good.
When you drive an electric vehicle, that car is powered by the movement of teeny tiny electrons, a clever bit of science that converts chemical energy to electricity. Inside a lithium-ion battery is a system built of layers. The cathode is on one side, often made up of a special combo of metals. And then there's the anode on the other side, usually made of graphite. In an EV battery, charged lithium atoms, called ions,
Oh yeah, because of the helium shortage, is that going to start hitting companies now? Ooh, that's pretty bad, eh?
move from one end to the other, and their electrons take the scenic route through an external circuit, creating the flow of electricity that makes the car go vroom quietly. Between them is the all-important separator, because if the two ends touch, well, you get the picture. And the batteries are filled with a liquid electrolyte, which helps the ions flow between layers. But here's the thing. China's cornered the market on every one of these components. This is Sam Artem. He's a research analyst on the battery industry and knows a lot about the ins and outs of its supply.
The one thing I've learned about battery tech in particular, and chip technology, is there's a lot of propaganda out there, and it tends to muddy the waters on what's actually happening. But I do know that from a Huawei perspective and from a China perspective, there is development of battery technology and chips technology in China are going at a rate of knots. And as classical gas says there, CATL or CATL will have sodium ion in full production in 2 years, 20% of the cost of lithium. I would, I think these sorts of targets are pretty, they're good. They're indicators more than anything else, but I don't think they're that far away from, solid state. Is that what you would call it? Solid state batteries or whatever? The next generation, I guess, of batteries are not far away. And these technologies are just getting better and better. And the West is playing catch up on all of this stuff, especially on the scalability side of it. The West just doesn't have the scalability.
Supply chain.
A lot of people assume that we just dig up the raw materials and then we put them together in a battery cell, right? But in reality, this is a very complex, interwoven supply chain.
Let's take lithium, for example. I mean, it's in the name, right?
So things like lithium can be found in places like salt flats of Chile, the hard rock mines of Australia. Miners extract raw materials from the earth, and then those raw materials are shipped to refining plants, which are usually in China, to be processed into the refined chemicals and the powders that are actually useful for making batteries.
They send it all to China,
Lithium
folks.
is refined into lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide. And this processing step is where China has really created a bottleneck. Just look at how much China controls each part of a battery.
That battery cell gets grouped together into a battery module or battery pack that goes into your smartphone, your electric car, or into a grid-scale battery energy storage system.
In addition to that supply chain, the Chinese government poured hundreds of billions into subsidies for the EV industry.
Basically, as early as 2001, the Chinese government wanted batteries and other advanced technologies to become a bigger driver for the economy. And it was in 2015 when they came up with this.
Would sodium batteries make lithium batteries obsolete? No. I think it just creates different use cases. There might be a premium on sodium batteries, or there might not be. I don't know, but I think battery technology won't become obsolete as quickly as we think, because there'll be different use cases for all of these different things. It's just maybe consumer electronics start to get sodium and lithium goes into more large-scale production. I don't know, but battery technology is ever evolving, and it's going to continue to do that. But the thing about battery technology that can even like transform how our grids are built is with renewable energy. It used to be the case that solar was just either used then and it was gone when it was dark. But with better battery technology, any excess solar energy can be stored more effectively, and it can be discharged at night. So like the better batteries we build, the more effective renewable energy sources will be as well, especially solar energy. So yeah, man, battery technology is incredibly important to the future of how we generate and consume energy.
Made in China 2025 plan, where they made batteries along with EVs and robotics.
Good for cars in cold
strategic
weather.
priorities for the future.
They started out with public buses, making those electric. They had all kinds of sticks and carrots. It's hard to get a license plate for a new car, but if you buy an EV, you can get one faster. You know, things like that encourage people to buy electric cars. And all of that kind of state support that kind of created this stable environment in which new battery and EV companies could thrive, because they knew that long-term there was going to be demand for the product because the state was behind it.
That sustained support, combined with a vertically integrated supply chain and a talented pool of engineers, helped Chinese battery companies commercialize an overlooked bit of battery chemistry and crack the code on cheaper EVs. Just how cheap? Well, in China, one of the most popular EVs is BYD's Seagull. It's tiny and only has a range of 190 miles. Compare that to one of the cheapest new EVs in the US, the 2026 Nissan Leaf. It has a range of about 300 miles. The difference, though, is in price. You can buy about 3 Seagulls in China for 1 Leaf in the US.
Wow.
And part of that is because the Seagull uses a cheaper battery, lithium iron phosphate, or LFP. FYI, we're about to talk about a lot of initialisms. They may be a PITA, but they are the SOP in the world of EVs.
A lot of the innovation with lithium-ion batteries now has to do at the component level. On the cathode, there was the lithium iron phosphate cathode, LFP, developed by Americans but scaled up by China. It used cheap raw materials like iron and phosphorus. but it had a bunch of limitations. It couldn't store a lot of energy, whereas the nickel manganese cobalt cathode, or NMC, was a lot more energy dense.
Even though NMC packed more energy, the cheaper LFP cells showed promise.
And so chemists began making tweaks to LFP batteries with small chemistry changes, small structural changes, and every year the LFP batteries started to become a little more energy dense. And because China was the place where LFP batteries were finding its most development, they also lowered in price faster than NMC batteries did. So today, most electric cars produced in China are powered by LFP batteries.
And they're still improving. Last year, Chinese companies announced that their newest LFP batteries can recharge in about the same amount of time it takes to refuel a gas car.
Crazy.
Technical innovation goes hand in hand with the supply chain.
How insane. You can charge a car battery the same amount of time it takes to fill up gas, bro. That is just next level.
But they've hit some bumps in the road. For years, China was investing heavily in domestic EV supply chains. But thanks to overcapacity and price wars, 2024 was the first time Chinese companies invested more overseas than at home. But we'll get to that later. Meanwhile, other players are hoping to disrupt the dominant technology and compete on the global stage.
Ah, nice classical guess. Those bikes are pretty cool.
General Motors, founded in 1908, is one of the OGs of the internal combustion engine. They also built one of the world's first modern electric cars, called the EV1, all the way back in the 90s. But GM cancelled the project after heavy losses. Since then, GM's made headway when it comes to EVs. And now they're trying to kickstart a new kind of battery technology.
We've got a chemistry that we think is going to be really competitive. It's a leapfrogging of what they've got in China.
No, of course it is.
This is Kurt Kelty.
Bro, like, it's so weird that douchebags like this think China is like sitting on its hands and just like mass producing all of these batteries without doing any research. They're pouring so much more money into like R&D than anything that America can do. Okay? They are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into this into R&D, and because they have a centralized government system that can make decisions and stick to a decision that they make for a long period of time, they have got a rocket ship compared to what America has. And they address some of this stuff in this documentary.
He's a Tesla veteran who's been working in batteries since Sony introduced lithium
Is that
ion to
Lightning
the
McQueen?
world. Now, Kelty and his team are betting on a new kind of chemistry called LMR, or lithium manganese rich. Another initialism, I know.
So this is the final form of the LMR, cathode active material. It contains all the added pixie dust that is going to make it work optimally in a vehicle.
Added pixie dust. What a
That
douchebag.
pixie dust is a new cathode mix that boosts manganese, reduces nickel, and nearly eliminates cobalt. GM claims that the shift in chemistry lowers cost without losing too much range.
So with the Silverado, we're getting 492 miles. That's with a high nickel cell. If you end up using an LFP cell, you're going to get about 350 miles of range. Well, if you use LMR, you're going to get about 400 miles of range. So it's it's in between them.
Bro, these guys made a battery that gets 50 miles more. The thing I like about this LMR battery is the lack of requirement for cobalt. And we all know the DRC is suffering because of cobalt. And China has a big role to play in that too. So the lack of cobalt is a good thing, but I don't know if this is really a generation ahead like they're making it out to be.
GM hopes to launch commercial LMR batteries for SUVs and pickup trucks in 2028. They're also hoping to bring their supply chain closer to home.
Oh shit, sorry. Oh crap. It just went to like cricket. The fuck? Oh crap, what happened? Which one was it? It's not the grid. No. Oh yeah, this one. Hey Steve.
Countries, including China.
We're back.
And
we're back.
The most challenging part has definitely been the cathode material. It's the most expensive part. The graphite has also been challenging.
Hey, Steve.
Our intention is to have this all outside of China by 2028.
GM has invested in several projects to build up a battery supply chain in North America. Shifts in policy have cost GM billions and can make it harder to establish a supply chain.
Yeah, this is it. Let me just go back a little bit. So this is what I was talking about.
Miles of range. Well, if you use LMR, you're going to get about 400 miles of range. So it's right, it's in between them.
GM hopes to launch commercial LMR batteries for SUVs and pickup trucks in 2028. They're also hoping to bring their supply chain closer to home.
What we've been doing over the last 4 or 5 years is trying to reduce our reliance on FEOC-based countries, including China.
FEOC stands for Foreign Entity of Concern. And he's talking about China mainly.
And the most challenging part has definitely been the cathode material. It's the most expensive part. The graphite has also been challenging. Our intention is to have this all outside of China by 2028.
GM has invested in several projects to build up a battery supply chain in North America. Shifts in policy have cost GM billions and can make it harder to establish a supply chain.
Shifts in policy have cost GM billions.
The problem is every 48 years, the United States does 180 and have a totally different policy. The government certainly didn't make it easier on them by changing course every so often.
Mr. President!
This sucker's quick. You know, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy.
I don't think the U.S. car companies can compete with China right now, but I think if they have a chance at it, they need to continue to innovate. It's definitely an uphill.
Is it really white scientists versus Chinese scientists? No. It's white supremacy, again, using labor from the global south to try and get an advantage over the global south. Just like the French football team is now, is basically just black French people who got there, whose ancestors were enslaved by France and now are excelling in France. And obviously with slavery, they took, hold up guys, they took all of the, strongest and all of these people. Now they've been there for generations and now they're excelling. Africa hasn't had that infrastructure to develop and all of this stuff. It's the same sort of thing. It's like the West will just leech all of this talent and then try and beat everybody else that way. But it's not working.
Uphill battle.
GM isn't alone in its experimentation. Startups around the world have raised billions to find the next best battery.
I don't think the future is at all settled, and there's lots of different chemistries. I like to think of them as ice cream flavors. Everyone's trying out different combinations to see what works best.
And it'll take a lot of trial, error, and money to see what new tech actually succeeds. Meanwhile, Chinese battery companies are expanding all over.
Yeah.
Even here.
In Manteno, Illinois. Let's
So
go
in
China.
2006, Goshen was founded
The
in
unhinged
Hefei,
heathen. Nice.
China. But
How are
today, the
you?
company has expanded
Welcome.
into the U.S. market, with the first factory being here in Manteno, Illinois. We are going to be making LFP batteries, or lithium iron phosphate batteries.
Goshen is one of the world's largest lithium-ion battery makers. Its new Midwestern facility will make batteries for EVs, energy storage systems, or ESS, which are used to supplement the electric grid. And this thing.
Hey, Scars.
Grab this bad boy, plug it in. That's it.
In the past few years, Goshen built several overseas facilities around the world. And now it's flipping the script on an old American tale.
What are the biggest challenges of setting up a factory in the U.S.?
There's a lot that goes into building a factory. And even a company that has built many factories before, it's not just simply a copy and paste.
When it comes to manufacturing, the U.S. is a bit rusty.
You have to build something from scratch that hasn't been here before, or it hasn't been here in decades. That know-how and technology and that manufacturing experience, that's things that the U.S. used to do. We decided it wasn't important anymore and outsourced it. And that's been the model for the last, 50 years or so.
Enter international.
Yeah, god dang it. Let them blacks and browns make them batteries. I just want to live out my life drinking moonshine, folks. God dang. I ain't got no time to build batteries, god damn it. I just want to shoot some school kids. Yee-hoo! Yee-hoo! I just want to shoot some school kids. Some redskins. Lynch me some blacks and browns. Yeah. God damn it. That got a bit too real.
Collaboration.
That got way too
It's
real.
perfectly possible to make batteries outside of China reasonably cost-effective. And one of those pathways is actually working with the Chinese companies.
Collaboration helped Chinese manufacturers get to where they are today. In the 90s, China implemented the 50-50 rule. Foreign auto firms could only operate through a joint venture with a local company. The car companies expanded their markets, and the Chinese counterparts got knowledge spillover. Goshen's Illinois factory has 300 employees, with plans to scale up to 750 by the end of 2026. This is the man responsible for pulling that off, Mark Krusel.
So I've been in manufacturing my entire life. So ever since I was 23, I see this as a great opportunity to bring this type of manufacturing to the U.S. I don't want to see the U.S. be left behind like we were being left behind.
A key part of the modern American factory? Lots of robots.
So this is a very highly automated plant. Goshen's most automated plant to date, we call it Generation 7. So they had Generation 6 in China, and we have Generation 7 here in the US. The first thing is you get better consistency, better quality with automation. And secondly, we get to reduce some of the manpower cost. So automation is a little more cost effective in the US than in China.
Goshen's expansion is part of a larger trend of Chinese companies setting up factories outside of China to capture new markets and avoid protectionist tariffs. But the company's US expansion hasn't all been smooth driving.
Many people throughout Michigan came to today's rally, voicing their concerns of the company's ties to China and the environmental effects.
3 years later, Goshen's additional $2.36 billion battery materials plant in Michigan is temporarily on hold. The hesitation goes both ways. The Chinese government wants to keep the lid on its technology with stronger export controls on various parts of the lithium-ion supply chain.
China's battery making technology, as well as their EV technology, is world class, and they're afraid that the U.S. or Europe is going to be able to sort of use that technology for their own purposes, making China less competitive.
Needless to say, this is all very challenging for EV and battery makers seeking new shores, but they may not have much choice.
I always like to think about the U.S. economy and the Chinese economy as sort of like this, one is like the photo negative of the other. Like the U.S. economy is driven by consumption and China's economy is driven by investment in production and R&D. They have all this capacity to make all this stuff, EVs, batteries, and they need to sell it in the rest of the world to keep everybody in China employed. Expanding overseas is really important for any of these Chinese companies because they need new markets to keep growing.
I would say that there's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty making companies a little bit hesitant. However, conservatively, our marketing research tells us that there will be over 500 gigawatt hours of demand for batteries just in the North America region alone. And Gotion definitely wants to be a part of that.
It's not just the US. Demand for batteries is growing globally, which means demand for raw materials.
This link, yeah.
But what if you didn't
Hey, man,
have to
welcome.
mine all over the world to make your batteries?
We have everything from a small hybrid battery to a large EV battery. Over there you have a shiny battery, easy to dismantle. Other models here are more corroded and more challenging to take apart.
We're doing the coolest thing there is. We are turning waste into important critical raw materials for new batteries.
In Norway, 1 in 3 passenger cars on the road is electric, making it a prime environment for recycling. That's where Hydrovolt comes in. Since the types of batteries can vary, Hydrovolt has to design a recycling process for each kind. Today, they're up to about 200 different batteries. The process begins with D&D. No, not that one. Discharge and dismantle.
Over on this side, we have 6 discharging stations. That's sort of the most critical step, getting the energy out of the battery. And then we move to the dismantling part. We take off electronics, we take off cables, we take off plastic materials. We're in the control room, the heart of this plant. These are battery modules falling into the crusher, ready to be crushed and shredded into pieces. First, a coarse crushing and then a finer crushing afterwards.
This mechanical shredding process, along with several drying and sorting steps, results in a material mix called black mass.
This is a really fine black powder, which contains the heavy metals like the lithium, manganese, cobalt, nickel oxides. So here we are conducting measurements, and the main components that we're looking for is the nickel and cobalt, which is most valuable, so that our customers will know how much is in the black mass when they refine it.
That black mass is sold to chemical companies, mostly in South Korea and Europe, which refine it back into battery-grade material, keeping those same metals in motion from old batteries into new ones in a new circular economy.
Yeah,
Another
Chris.
benefit is that it bypasses the troubling human rights record and environmental damage that plague the global mining industry.
And the challenge now is to make the business profitable.
Norway requires producers and importers to pay to have their batteries recycled, but the economics are still tough. Black mass is priced at a discount based on the cost of metal components, which can be volatile. Plus, Europe's battery supply chain, which would form an important customer base for Hydrovolt, has been slow to develop. In fact, Hydrovolt was initially launched to supply Northvolt, a Swedish startup battery maker that was hailed as a viable counter to Asia. Unfortunately, Northvolt went bankrupt after it expanded too fast and delivered too many faulty cells.
Oh my gosh.
But as more EVs age and come off the road in Norway, Hydrovolt hopes the increased supply of EV batteries will help the company scale up operations.
We know we're at the very beginning of a very exciting journey. We see.
You see how when they talk about like China or India, or it's so somber and it's like, oh my gosh, you know, like brooding music. But when it's Europe creating something, it's all nice and like fucking fairy music. It's so blatantly racist, bro.
All the electric cars outside on the roads, and in 10, 15 years they will be here.
It's hard to believe how much has changed since this unassuming battery was first introduced and unlocked a future we couldn't imagine at the time.
Batteries have changed the world once, and they can change the world again because the applications for batteries are many and growing, and the need for those applications to work is getting deeper because we have to meet climate goals, because we have to cut the cost of energy, and because we like cool devices.
The future is zero-emission vehicles. It's just a matter of when.
That EV revolution has hit a fork in the road, and the pace of adoption is going to be uneven. The US government is betting big on oil rather.
Yeah, exactly, Red Bobscoff. The real underlying message here is China is way ahead of the West, and the West is going to struggle to catch up. That's the real message. And then they have these little fucking just tell us the you know, get to the fucking fat of it, you know? Get to the meat, sorry. Cut the fat.
Other than ion.
Cut through the fat. What's that saying? They're chewing the fat or some shit? Fuck, I don't know these American sayings. Something similar to that.
To move people and goods. And the EU has rolled back their 2035 ban
Trim
on
the
combustion
fat.
engine vehicles. But long term, any car company that wants to be globally competitive
Hey,
needs to
Farida.
make affordable EVs.
Hello.
And batteries
Welcome,
are
Farida.
the key to unlocking that goal.
Turkey. Welcome. Something about choking the chicken. What? I'm just kidding. No one wrote that. I just said that. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's that time of night where nothing good happens. They say nothing good happens after 12. Okay? They say nothing good happens after 12 midnight. Nothing good ever happens. This is 11:32 p.m. right now, so we're getting close to that time where it gets a bit silly. Some American, for some reason. That one black guy. Yeah. Something the fat. That's what they say about Trump's truth posts. Yeah. Taking our pants off time. Oh, chat. I love you guys so much. Oh my gosh. But I hope chewing the fat equals bullshitting. Yeah, basically chewing the fat. So I think it was chewing the fat. Too late. Yeah, I hope you guys get an idea of just how much China is dominating global supply chains when it comes to the energy transition. It's quite stark. But again, you know, you have kids in Africa who can't do homework at night. Like, that's the inequality, the inequities we have in our world. That is what we should be solving. Not, you know, not AI. Like, scaling AI before children can finish their homework at night is crazy. I hope whatever happens next is we start solving all of these global sort of issues with inequities, because that to me is the biggest service we can do to the human race, because it brings everyone into the conversation. And the more people with more diverse backgrounds we have in the conversation, the better it will be for the human race. This whole policing and gatekeeping just needs to end. The West needs to stop doing it now. Access needs to be global. So I just hope that we can get out of this moment in time where everything is becoming kind of like a privilege. We need more people to think about equitable solutions, not, creating more privileged problems. And I'm just glad we can talk about this stuff, I'm just glad we can talk about this in an educated way rather than yelling at each other and trying to rip each other's eyeballs out. I'm just glad that we can talk about this in some constructive way, because these aren't small topics, These aren't small topics that people can talk about without losing their shit. So I'm just glad that we have that sort of community where we can do that. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very woke topics, yeah. We're going to raid Neurodetergent. We haven't raided Neurodetergent in a long time. So, tenakwe, everybody. Thank you. And I will see you all soon. Po Marie. Good night. Kakite. See you later. Goodbye. However you want to say it. And thank you for being here with me. Thank you for being here with me and spending this time. And we will definitely catch up again tomorrow. I'll try and do more of these sorts of following a theme or a thread moving forward. I found it really, really cool to be able to just go through, follow these threads. Were you the one who covered Freud the other day? No. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on the stream. So glad you could make it. And please say hello to Neurodetergent. Please say hello to Neurodetergent for me. I'm going to raid and run. But thank you so much, everyone. Take care and enjoy Neurodetergent stream. Here we go. Raiding in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, everybody. Kakite Po Marie. Free Palestine. Thank you so much, TikTok. Thank you so much, YouTube. Please take care. I'll catch you all soon as well. Kakite, everybody. Po Marie. Stay safe and free Palestine. I'll catch you all soon. Thank you, everybody. See you, Nads. See you, Doug. See you, Farida.